Good afternoon, councillors. Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make here today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, lore and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today, those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies?
Mr Chair, I advise that Councillor Owen and Councillor Wong will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that Councillors Owen and Huang be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Confirmation of minutes, please.
Mr Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,708th meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the minutes of the 4,708th meeting of Council held on 9th of May 2023 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Next item, question time. Are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Landers.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, the recent budget handed down by the federal government saw almost $500 million in road funding for Queensland disappear. Can you please update the chamber on the consequences of this shockingly short-sighted decision?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Landers, for the question, and a very relevant one. We know very well that Brisbane is now the fastest growing capital city in Australia, and in fact growing at a rate 3 times faster than Sydney and twice as fast as Melbourne. And so when you hear a new incoming, well, relatively new incoming federal government say they're going to review funding, do you think they're going to review funding because they want to increase it or they want to reduce it? And so obviously the minute the government announced a review, we knew that there was something to be worried about, because it is the time when funding should be increasing to road and transport projects, not decreasing. And this is not just a problem for Brisbane City Council, it's a problem for the state of Queensland, because what we're seeing here is that is a figure across the whole of the state. Almost $500 million now under question for Queensland. Would you imagine the Minister for Transport and Main Roads, Mark Bailey, would stand up and say something about this? Because he spent the last approximately decade attacking the former government on the same issue, but quiet as a mouse. But the reality is the last government understood the importance of investing in infrastructure. They invested $300 million into Brisbane Metro and then announced another $150 million on top of that towards the Gabba station. So already $450 million. And then they announced several $100 million that they would commit towards road upgrades in Brisbane as well. And we've been getting on with those projects. There is a very long list of projects that we've been working on, many of which have had strong federal support. In this term alone, we've upgraded Chelsea Road and Rickett Road, Newnham Road and Wecker Road, Norris Road, Roachdale and Priestdale Road, Hoyland Street, Norris and Barber Road, Commercial and Doggett Street in Newstead. Moggle Road is currently under construction, supported by the federal government. Lindum Open Level Crossing, we're currently designing some options there, once again supported by the federal government. Beams Road is currently in procurement with an award of contract very soon. These are the sort of projects that the federal government has been committing to. And so we're seeing hundreds of millions of dollars invested to Brisbane alone in recent years. All of this is now at risk. It is clear when you look at the way the federal government has been behaving, with the exception of the Treasurer's own electorate, the rest of Queensland is missing out massively. They are not interested in Queensland, and they are certainly not interested in Brisbane. They appear to have written off the entire area of Brisbane to the Greens. And so they've given up and they're withdrawing. And they're not funding what they should be. And in fact, they're kowtowing to Greens' policies of cutting road funding as well. And so we need to fight, because if we don't, no one else will. The state government is not standing up, and I have invited Minister Bailey to go down to Canberra with me to fight for funding for Brisbane and Queensland. I certainly hope that he stands up like he has done in the past. I have my doubts about whether he will. But it's the right thing to do, because Queensland is getting ripped off by this federal government. Brisbane looks like it will get ripped off as well, and we need to speak up, because at the time when our population is growing the fastest, and it is growing the fastest of any other capital city, this is the time for more funding, not less. This is the time for more investment, not less. And so let's get on. Let's advocate to the federal government. Let's join with the state government to make sure that Queensland and Brisbane gets its fair share. The consequences of that not happening are grim. The consequences of seeing declining investment in road and infrastructure upgrades means declining quality of life. It means more time stuck in traffic congestion. It means we would approach that kind of congestion that you see in Sydney and Melbourne. We can't let that happen. Our approach has always been to invest heavily both in public transport and also in road infrastructure upgrades. We know that the other side of politics has given up on road upgrades. They're not interested in road upgrades. Their attitude is purely, if there's a challenge anywhere, to blame someone else. We're the only level of government that is pulling our weight and doing our part. And in fact, it is a proud legacy that this council has, whether it was building the Clem 7 tunnel, the go-between bridge, the Legacy Way tunnel, proposing airport link, upgrading Kingston Smith Drive,
Lord
Brisbane
Mayor,
Metro, Eleanor Chanel Bridge, the list is endless.
Your time has expired. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is to the Chair of Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, Councillor Davies. Councillor Davies, another koala and joey has been killed at a notoriously dangerous stretch of Boundary Road at Camp Hill, also known as the Whites Hill Reserve. Local environment groups have taken to posting gruesome photos on their social media pages of this koala and joey and bringing attention to this very serious issue. Councillor Davis, why will Council not fence Boundary Road through the Whites Hill Reserve to ensure these koalas are better protected?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank Councillor Griffiths for the question. And I would say to him, why don't you sign the petition at the moment that is out? 3,000 people have signed a petition to approach the state government to deal with the speed limits on Boundary Road. Council has attempted on numerous occasions to encourage the state government to reduce the speed limit along there without success. Yep. So, Councillor Griffiths, rather than coming in here and making the statement that you did, why don't you be proactive and get on board?
Point of order to you, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, the question was very specific from Councillor Griffiths about fencing. I know the Deputy Mayor ran over and said to Councillor Davis, you have to mention the word petition just now, but that's not relevant to this question. The question was about fencing.
Councillor Davis, being relevant to the question, which was about koala kills on Boundary Road. Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I think it's entirely appropriate that we speak about this, because what we are attempting to do through the Deputy Mayor is to highlight with the state government that this stretch of road needs to be addressed in terms of the speed limit. And again, I would encourage Councillor Griffiths, and in fact all of those opposite, to get on board with this push to get this addressed. Mr. Chair, Council does a range of undertakes a range of things to address the issues that koalas face in our urban environment, and that's a range of things, including fencing along appropriate areas. And what I would say to that is we have a relationship and a partnership with Griffith University with wildlife movement experts that assist us in identifying locations where the best outcomes will be achieved by putting in fencing so to allow for wildlife, including koalas, to be able to move across our roadways and through our bushland reserves without as much danger as it is without the fencing. So we continue to do that. Of course, I'm very proud of Australia's very first koala bridge that we installed. And I note that those opposite were very happy when that investment was made to try and address some of these issues when our koalas are attempting to cross some of our roads through our suburbs. Mr Chair, we also have partnerships with some of our universities and talking to them about how we can work as a council to best support koala, the progress of koala programs within our organisation, and currently we're having a conversation with QUT about how we might work further with them on dealing with the matter of chlamydia across our suburbs where koalas are present. Mr Chair, there is much that this council is doing in terms of looking after koalas and our other native wildlife. It is a challenge in an urban environment to make sure that the corridors are available and the appropriate wildlife movement solutions are in place. Not only do we put fencing, of course, in some areas, including mine at McDowell, we have the wildlife awareness monitors. So particularly when it is breeding season and at other times, we have showing to the public, to residents, to be mindful when they are using roads during that period, to slow down and be mindful of our wildlife as they're attempting to cross the road. Mr Chair, I'm very proud of the work that this council is undertaking to protect our koalas.
Point of order. It sounds like Councillor Davis is wrapping up and she hasn't answered the question when this fencing will be installed near the Whiteshill Reserve. Point of order. Councillor Davis.
Well, Mr Chair, I have in fact answered the question, and that is we work with Griffith University and experts in wildlife movement solutions who work with us to determine where it is appropriate to put in wildlife fencing, and quite frankly, I would seek and expect to take the advice of an expert in this field rather than Councillor Griffiths, who is coming in here to make a political point. We don't like to see any wildlife. We don't like to see any wildlife hits across the city, and we are doing lots of things in order to try and ameliorate and reduce the number of strikes. In fact, across the city, the team tell me that the number of strikes is reducing, but that doesn't mean it's sad when one occurs. We will continue, Mr Chair, to invest in this space to get the best outcomes that we can for our wildlife in Brisbane.
Further questions? Councillor Hutton.
Point of order. Mr Chair, I'd like to raise an urgency motion after hearing that response.
Sure, you can raise an urgency motion, Councillor Griffiths.
The Brisbane City Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along both sides of Boundary Road through the Whiteshill Reserve to stop more wildlife and koala deaths along that section of road.
Seconded.
We have a motion for the suspension of standing rules, moved by Councillor Griffiths. All in favour of that we suspend standing rules, please say aye. Oh, sorry, my apologies, Councillor Griffiths. Yes, you have up to 3 minutes to establish why you want to suspend standing rules.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And this is urgent. This motion is urgent to install and put this wildlife fencing in along this road because we've seen yet another death, another gruesome death of a koala and its young joey along Boundary Road at Whiteshill. It's urgent because Griffith University, who Councillor Davies was saying are the experts, also speak to me. and have told me that this area has one of the highest populations of koalas in Brisbane. Griffith University say, and they've said to me, that one of the best ways for protecting koalas is to stop them going onto the roads. And I have worked with Griffith University and Brisbane City Council to pay $80,000 for my footpath and trust fund to install protective wildlife koala fencing along the Southeast Freeway. And it has stopped koala deaths along that section of the Southeast Freeway. And you know what? I wasn't calling for a speed reduction. We need to stop koala deaths along this section of road by preventing wildlife and koalas getting onto the road. And what I don't understand is we've put this overpass in for koalas and we fenced around it, but we didn't fence right along the road. So we're saying, yes, we'll fence this little bit, but we won't fence along the whole road so that we're getting koalas to come to this point so they can cross the road. This makes sense. This is something Councillor Adams could do. It's something Councillor Cunningham could do right now with their trust fund. They could pay for either side of the road to be fenced to prevent these deaths. We need to be getting koalas to walk back into the forest, not walk across the road. I'm sick of seeing pictures of the Mayor and Councillor Adams saying how much they're doing for koalas when in reality they're doing so little. It's a big PR swirl. I'm calling on this council to solve this problem now with what we can do, and that is we can put up a fence. Just like I put up a fence along Toohey Forest and the Southeast Freeway. It can be done, it can be solved, we can stop playing these games, stop blaming the state, stop playing petty games and start coming up with solutions so we prevent this problem, we don't keep going on. I urge all councillors, I urge all LNP councillors in this chamber to support tonight urgently fencing of that section of road.
Councillor Griffiths, your time has expired. The motion before us is for the suspension of standing rules. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. All opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. To your motion, Councillor Griffiths.
It's waiting for the gag. Yeah. I just got to say something first. Yeah, I've got to say something. Okay. Look, I am moving this. I'm moving this motion. Brisbane City Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along both sides of Boundary Road through the Whites Hill Reserve to stop more koala and wildlife deaths.
Seconded.
Debate?
Great.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Landers.
I move that the debate on the motion now before the meeting be adjourned until the end of today's council meeting. Seconded.
There's a procedural motion that the debate on this motion be adjourned to later in today's agenda. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. We return to question time. Councillor Hutton.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Mr Chairman. There have now been 6 ALP questions since I asked my last question on the 2nd of May. And there have been, we've been down a Labor councillor today, and we were on the 2nd of May as well. So you are not adhering to the ratio required under the meeting's local law.
Thank you.
So why have I been denied a question which should have come up last time based on the ratio?
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. I'm very mindful of the pro rata requirement, and I don't uphold your point of order. Councillor Hutton.
There's been 6...
Sorry, Councillor Johnston, I've responded to your point of order.
Yeah, but you're saying you're mindful of the pro rata requirement, but it's been 6 questions.
You're now debating the point of order, and I don't uphold your point.
Why you're not following the meeting's local law
I am following the meeting's local law, Councillor Johnston.
It doesn't appear that you're following the meeting's local law.
I'll return to the meeting's local law if you want me to, and read a warning to you.
Yeah, you're going to have to.
Soaking up question time. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
My question is to the Chair of the Infrastructure Committee, Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, the Schrinner Council has a strong track record of delivering safety improvements right across the city. Given it's National Road Safety Week, can you please update the Chamber on what the Schrinner Council is doing to improve road safety for Brisbane residents?
Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and can I also thank Councillor Hutton for the question and her ongoing interest in ensuring our roads are safe and efficient. Safety sits at the core of everything we do here in Brisbane Infrastructure. Safety for everybody on our roads is extremely important, whether they be motorists, cyclists, e-scooter users or pedestrians. This week is National Road Safety Week, where we recognise the campaign put together by Mr Peter Fraser of the Drive So Others Survive campaign that he initiated after a fatal accident ended the life of his child Sarah on the Hume Highway in February of 2012. You may see this ribbon, the yellow ribbon that I'm wearing. You may also see a similar ribbon on the right-hand side of a lot of council vehicles to remind other motorists to be conscious of vehicles when they're parked by the side of the road. For those who don't know, Sarah Fraser was killed by a semi-trailer while she was changing a tyre by the side of the road. This week, in particular, serves as a reminder of the potential impacts of road trauma on our communities and how there are many ways we work to reduce it. Can I start by extending my deepest condolences to anyone who has lost a loved one in a road accident of any variety, and I'm sure that I speak for all councillors when I say our thoughts are always with those who are affected. Any fatality in Brisbane is one too many, and our objective is always to have 0 fatalities on our roads. And so I'm going to use some time today to highlight some of the actions that we take to make sure that all road users are safer, whether they be driving, cycling or walking on our transport network. So the Schrinner Council invests in a wide variety of programs, all aimed at improving road safety while reducing congestion. For example, the Local Network Priority Improvement Program is an $8.8 million investment to deliver an overarching program of work which provides road safety and accessibility improvements across the city, including high-impact value-for-money suburban works programs. As of this month, Council has completed 18 locations across the city this financial year, with another 15 to be completed before the conclusion of this financial year, bringing us up to 33. They are across all parts of the city, whether it be Carina or Albion in your own ward, Mr Chair, Chelmer, Taringa, Grange, among many others. As part of these projects, Council installs a range of treatments that can help reduce the risk of crashes by up to 55%.
Point of order to you.
Will Councillor Wines take a question about his inaction on Nudgee Road? About his inaction on safety upgrades on Nudgee Road?
Councillor, that is not a point of order. Please sit down. Councillor Wines.
Well, I encourage Councillor Cassidy to consider his question and use it at the appropriate time in question time. And I'd like the Council to reflect on the fact I am in fact answering a question within question time. So as I say, as part of these projects, Council installs a range of treatments that can help reduce the risk of crashes by up to 55%, ensuring residents can get home sooner and safer. So typically, road lighting, for example, can typically reduce crash risk by somewhere between 20 and 50%. Humpabouts, that's a small style of roundabout, can reduce crash risk by up to 55%. Splitter islands typically reduce the risk of a crash by 40%, and visibility improvements can reduce the risk of a collision by roughly 30%. Local area traffic management, which I'm sure many of us are familiar with, can include a range of devices, whether they be speed tables or splitter islands or other items I identified earlier. And your typical local area traffic management scheme, your traffic calming scheme, typically reduces the potential for a motor vehicle collision by up to 20%. On pedestrian safety, Council installs pedestrian crossings at a whole range of locations across the city, and a pedestrian refuge reduces the risk of a pedestrian collision by between 15 and 30%, depending on the nature of the surroundings, and curb build-outs reduce the potential risk to pedestrians by 35%. Council delivers high-impact upgrades and renewal projects on major traffic intersections that improve safety for all road users, with a lot of priority being given to the safety of pedestrians, in particular in high pedestrian zones. These upgrades would typically include installation of signals and pedestrian crossing upgrades and improvements to the adjoining pathways. For example, some major traffic improvement intersections that have been identified and completed this year are Boundary Road and Skepper Road, Ellen Grove, which I believe is in Jamboree Ward, Rosemary Street and Biota Street, Anala, Ellison Road, Kirby Road, Aspley, and
Councillor Wines, your time has expired. Further questions? Councillor Johnston.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. It's been 15 months since the 2022 floods, and the damaged pontoon at the Sherwood Arboretum, part of Brisbane's Botanic Gardens, has not yet been repaired or replaced. Why hasn't this community asset been replaced with the same enthusiasm and investment as the Kelvin Grove Bikeway, and when will it be replaced?
Lord Mayor.
We, Mr Chair, pointed out very clearly after the 2022 floods that there would be a period of recovery which would take some time across the city for the different kinds of assets that were damaged. One of the things that we're really determined to do is to make sure that when pontoons are built back, that they're built back better, and they're built back also with more environmentally sensitive materials. Because we know that many of the pontoons that were damaged in the flood were made of polystyrene foam, and that caused another environmental disaster on top of an environmental disaster. And we witnessed the impact of that all up and down the river in Moreton Bay and as far as on Moreton Island as well. And this is something that obviously has been a concern to us in the rebuilding process, and some of the pontoons have taken a bit longer than we would have liked to have seen as a result of some of these design challenges to make sure we get it right. We know that Brisbane will experience flooding again, and so when it's put back, wherever possible, we try and do it that it's put back in a more resilient way, that it's been put back better. It was great to be out at Sherwood Arboretum recently with some local school children and the Friends of Sherwood Arboretum. This is an issue that I discussed with them. At that point in time, we provided an update on the progress, but Council is committed to returning that pontoon and the project.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
If the Lord Mayor has an update on the process of replacing the pontoon, that's what my question's about, and it would be good for him to publicly share that now.
The Lord Mayor is answering the question. I don't uphold your point of order.
Well, the Lord Mayor said he has an update, but he has not provided it.
Johnston, please don't debate the point of order.
Well, I'm just saying, that's what he said, but he hasn't provided it.
Johnston, please. Lord Mayor.
And so I updated the Friends of Sherwood Arboretum that project would kick off very soon, and that we had provided and made sure the funding was available for it, and the works will be kicking off in the very near future. I'm happy, Councillor Johnston, I'm not aware of any correspondence to me about this particular issue, but now that she's raised it, I'm happy to make sure.
Councillor Johnston, please. Councillor Johnston, stop interjecting, please. Councillor Johnston, stop interjecting. Lord Mayor.
I certainly am not aware of any correspondence that Councillor Johnston has put in writing to me. If she's had correspondence with other people in council, I don't see every letter that comes into this place. But certainly, I'm not looking over the shoulder of the 10,000 employees in this organisation to see what correspondence they've received. But as I said, I'm happy to provide that response to Councillor Johnston directly, so that she can, now that she's expressed an interest in this project, that she can get an answer.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, Councillor Hammond. Councillor Johnston, I consider you're displaying unsuitable meeting conduct in accordance with section 21(4) of the Meetings Local Law. I hereby request that you cease interjecting and refrain from exhibiting this conduct during this meeting. Councillor Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is the Chair of City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee, Councillor Allen. Councillor Allen, the Shriner Council's Outdoor Arts Program Botanica is now underway in the City Botanic Gardens. Can you please update the chamber on what this year's program looks like, including how events like this support local Brisbane artists?
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and through you I'd like to thank Councillor Hammond for the question. Council's design-led city strategy is dedicated to creating better urban design outcomes for Brisbane. And through that strategy, we strive to be a city that delivers a range of projects of varying scales and types, including new permanent and temporary artworks to create and enable livable places, support our local creative economy and promote Brisbane's subtropical lifestyle. The Botanica embodies these values, and that is why it is a proud initiative of Brisbane City Council. Last Thursday, the Deputy Mayor and I had the pleasure to attend the event launch and a preview of this year's artworks. This year's Botanica has a focus on sustainability, and the theme, Tread Softly, invites us to reflect on our natural environment and the millennium of human influence on them. Botanica invites local audiences to engage with this site of such environmental, cultural and historical significance in a way that transcends their normal perceptions of and day-to-day interactions with their city. And this stunning outdoor gallery event makes the most of Brisbane's subtropical climate and predominantly sunny weather. Obviously, the last day or so hasn't been great. This year, visitors will see 10 large-scale installations ranging from sculpture and projections through to augmented reality and interactive creations that will once again transform the gardens into an outdoor gallery. One installation, Blue Butterfly Effect, is an emerging female Brisbane artist, Lynn Haddon. The installation contains robotic blue butterflies that move when they detect mobile phones. The wings will flap more when there are more people nearby. The artist has described the responsive flapping wings as a metaphor for the cumulative actions of humans on natural ecosystems, and wants the audience to consider whether future technology will serve as a substitute for lost species or provide a means for us to enjoy nature while keeping our distance and treading softly. A second installation is Foundation by another local artist, Phoebe Paradise, whereby the common Queenslander home has been reimagined with very long posts and sits in the lagoon, despite the threat of the water below. Phoebe's work, or Phoebe's house, are a symbol of historical nostalgia, a global crisis and adaptation. Phoebe has visualised a suburban Brisbane lifestyle where extreme weather events are so frequent they've been rendered mundane. Additionally, this year we have our first international work to be featured, Light Lilies by Noah Haim. Light Lilies is inspired by water lilies once in abundance in the lagoons surrounding the City Botanic Gardens, and it's very much a hands-on modular structure combining geometry and a light in a playful way. For Botanica, Noah researched materials suitable for subtropical outdoor conditions and envisaged interactive coloured lighting. The material chosen is fully recyclable polypropylene, and other elements of the work will be recycled and repurposed. Visitors will be able to move the models on the lawn and experiment in linking and layering the models to create different structures. Mr Chair, I could go into detail about the other installations, but I want to leave some mystery for those planning on attending. This event is underway each evening from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. and will close on Sunday the 21st of May, so still a few more days to go. Along with the installations, residents can also look forward to after-dark art walks, Night Explorer children's tours and discovery trails, as well as performances each evening. Also of note is that this year there will be after-dark art walks led by an Auslan interpreter to ensure those with hearing impairments are also able to experience these artworks. This event is another way the Shrina Council is giving opportunities for residents and visitors to experience and reimagine the City Botanic Gardens in the evening, all free of charge. We recognise that events like this shine a light on Brisbane's creative sector and showcase the diverse range of talented and emerging artists that make our city a more vibrant place. And that's why we continue to support initiatives like Botanica and our city's first legal street art wall in Greenslopes, in addition to our extensive outdoor gallery program, which has supported more than 500 artworks over the past 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Collier.
My question is to the Lord Mayor. Tomorrow, May 17, is the International Day Against Homophobia, Biphobia and Transphobia. Labor will always stand in support of the LGBTQIA+ community in Brisbane. Lord Mayor, you refused to vote in favour of a motion supporting same-sex marriage.
Point of order. Is there a question here?
Councillor, Lord Mayor, I'm sure there's a question coming.
It's coming.
You didn't remove material containing hate speech from Council's website.
Point of order. There's no question here. I'm happy to answer a question if there's actually a question.
Councillor, take a point of order first, please, Lord Mayor. Councillor Collier, I'm sure that there's a question coming.
You have made homophobic slurs in this chamber, and you will...
Yes, Councillor Collier. You need to have evidence for your assertions, Councillor Collier.
Point of order. Now, there's been a range of abuse just then from the LNP councillors, including the Lord Mayor. But
point of order. You are out of line, Councillor Johnson.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
I'll take one point of order at a time. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Councillor Johnson has a point of order first.
a range of abuse and interjections from the LNP councillors, including the Lord Mayor. You warned me for interjecting, and you have not done the same to the LNP councillors, multiple councillors, including the Lord Mayor. Why are you applying the rules in one way to me and not to them?
Councillor Johnston, I have asked the Lord Mayor to make a point of order if he wants to raise a point of order. Councillor, and I don't uphold your point of order.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Mr Chair, this type of language is totally inappropriate in this. It is a point of order. This is about the conduct of this council and the fact that we do not want hate speech anywhere, and we do not need questions such as this.
Councillor Collier, if I can give you a ruling on where you're going, you haven't yet asked a question. You can preamble a question, but you're making a number of assertions which don't approximate a question. I'm asking you to get to your question without making assertions.
2 minutes to ask a question.
No, yes. I can ask you. I can ask you to put the question in writing. I ask you to come to your question, please.
Lord Mayor, you will not condemn the actions of City Point despite the community's outrage at their despicable anti-gay contracts and treatment of young queer people. How can members...
That is just not true. I asked for that to be withdrawn.
Lord Mayor, you need to ask a point of order first.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Howard.
Mr Chair, there have been a number of scurrilous comments made in the lead-up to this. Sorry? The question needs to be asked, and I would also ask through you, Mr Chair, tomorrow is Ida Hobbit Day. It is important that this chamber...
Councillor Johnston, please stop shouting out.
This is not a point of order.
Councillor Howard.
This is not a point of order.
I just wish that
we can all just... Okay, I'm going to keep talking.
I have the point of order.
No, you are not making... Councillor Howard is not making a point of order.
Councillor, please. Councillor Collier, I will remind you that there is no parliamentary privilege in this place. You're making a number of assertions that you may not be able to support if challenged. I ask you to get to your question.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Howard.
Mr Chair, I ask that this question be ruled out of order.
I haven't asked my question, Chair, with respect.
Please, will you get to your question, please, without your assertions?
How can members of the LGBTQIA+ community in Brisbane believe that you, as their Lord Mayor and this council, supports them and stands with them in the face of overwhelming discrimination, prejudice and violence that they are forced to face?
Lord Mayor.
Mr Chair, I understand this is the very first question asked by Councillor Collier. I would have expected this kind of divisive...
Point of order.
Absolutely
Point of
inappropriate...
order.
Excuse me.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnston.
The meeting's local law is clear, Mr Chair, that you are not allowed to debate the question or the person asking it. The Lord Mayor must answer the question. Can you please ensure that he does so?
Councillor Johnston, I don't uphold your point of order. Given the preamble to the question, the Lord Mayor is being relevant to the issues raised and the question asked.
Mr Chair, I would have expected this kind of divisive, slanderous, gaslighting question from Councillor Collier's predecessor, but certainly to see that this is the very first question that she asked is incredibly disappointing. I thought we had rid the chamber of this kind of divisive behaviour when Councillor Cook left, and the chamber was better for her leaving because it was divisive and she lowered the standard of the chamber from the moment she got here. Councillor Collier, we deserve better from you. We deserve better from you. I have nothing but love for all members of our community, and as Lord Mayor I have shown nothing but inclusiveness and tolerance. I support all members of our community. I support our LGBTIQ+ community, and I will be acknowledging and celebrating tomorrow, just as all my team will as well. It is not productive. It is terribly hurtful and harmful to the LGBTIQ communities for Councillor Collier to play politics and cause such division and say such untrue and slanderous things at a time like this. This is not a good start for you, Councillor Collier. Please rethink your approach, contribute positively to this chamber and positively to this city.
Thank you. Further questions? Councillor Atwood.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order to you, Councillor Collier.
I move to suspend standing orders, allowing me to move a motion in relation to Ida Hobbit Day tomorrow.
Seconded.
You have 3 minutes to establish the reason for your motion for suspension of standing rules.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Can we please have the motion so we can understand why it's so urgent? Because we don't even... we just told Ida Hobbit. What about Ida Hobbit? It's tomorrow.
Councillor, Deputy Mayor, the motion is for the suspension of standing rules. We haven't heard the motion yet.
But we can't vote on suspension if we don't know what the motion is.
You have... The councillor has 3 minutes to establish why urgency is required, why she wasn't able to put this onto the agenda earlier. You have 3 minutes to establish why this couldn't be on the notice paper for today's meeting. Please, councillors.
I just asked the Lord Mayor if he would stand with the LGBTQIA+ community ahead of tomorrow.
Point of order, Mr Chair. This is to establish urgency.
Yes.
Chair, it is urgent because I just asked the Lord Mayor if he will stand with the community on this day and every day, and he won't. He refuses.
I said yes. And I said yes.
He refuses.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Stop interjecting, all of you.
I have asked for a point of order. This is to establish urgency. Urgency.
Let the council speak.
Chair, the council meeting set the priorities of this city, and there has been no business up to this point discussing Ida Hobbit until now. Labor is leading the way, being inclusive and supportive, as we always will be. We need to send a very clear message to the people of Brisbane, that we stand with all...
Mr Chair. It's about establishing urgency.
Councillor Howard, please.
Point of order. Councillor Howard's now got up, I think, 6 or 7 times while Councillor Collier's been asking a question and talking on a motion for a minute. That's clearly an act of disorder, so I'd ask you to rule on that, please, Chair.
Councillor, can we stop with the points of order, please, while the motion is being moved for the suspension of standing rules?
Chair, this motion could not come at a more important time. According to idahobbit.org.au, 58% of lesbian, gay and bisexual people in Australia report that they have been unfairly treated, to some degree because of their sexual identity in the past 12 months. This motion is urgent because, like I said before, the Lord Mayor refuses to stand by his actions and stand with the community.
Misrepresented.
The Lord Mayor claims to be misrepresented. Councillor Collier, you need to establish why urgency is required, and that is the vote for the suspension of standing rules. All in favour of that motion for the suspension of standing rules, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The noes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Johnson. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Ring the bells. Please, councillors. Thank you, Billy. Clerks.
Mr Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 6 in favour and 18 against.
The motion for the suspension of standing rules is lost. Councillors, please resume your seats, and that ends question time for today. All the question time has been soaked up by these matters. Read the meetings like the law. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 8th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday, 8th of May 2023 be adopted. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I really thought we had seen an end to the toxic, divisive gaslighting politics that Councillor Cook brought to this chamber on so many occasions. It was such a relief to see a new face and hopefully a new perspective in this chamber.
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Mr Chairman, I seek your ruling on whether it is appropriate behaviour to attack a member of the public who is no longer a councillor in this place. Number one, Cara Cook.
Councillors, please. Deputy Mayor, please. Councillor Johnston.
That's Councillor Adams, Councillor Murphy, Councillor Wines. Are you going to take any action against them for their interjections?
I've asked them to stop interjecting.
You
Councillor
didn't.
Johnson.
You just said councillors, please.
Councillor Johnston, you have the floor.
It is not appropriate to attack somebody who is no longer a councillor. It is not appropriate. It is not appropriate. Councillor Cook felt very strongly about this, to attack Councillor Cook. It's just not appropriate to do it. And I would ask for your ruling about whether the Lord Mayor should be continuing to attack her personally when she's not here to defend herself and is now a member of the public.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston. Given what has just preceded this ENC debate, I think the Lord Mayor has the opportunity to say a few words, but I do ask you, Lord Mayor, to come back to the matters before us.
Thank you, Mr Chair. As Councillor Cook previously did on numerous occasions, Councillor Collier has defamed me. And the thing about defamation is that there is no protection in this chamber from defamation. Now, I'm not the kind of person that sues people, but I will call it out. I will call it out, because it is the claims that were made were simply untrue. And Councillor Collier wasn't even around to know, and obviously hasn't done any research other than a pre-prepared question, which was...
Councillors, please.
Which was put to her by others. Now, the reality is As I said earlier, I absolutely support our LGBTIQ+ community. I absolutely support it. This administration has continued to support our LGBTIQ+ community for years and years and years. And it is so sad that the Labor Party only gets interested when they think they can drive a political wedge or play politics. That is shameful. That is shameful. These kind of things are hurtful. They are hurtful to members of our community. And when false claims are made, that is hurtful. And that's why I said it is gaslighting members of our community. Tomorrow morning, I will be there raising the flag, the rainbow flag, on the front of City Hall. Tomorrow, we will be lighting up the Story Bridge, as we do every year, in rainbow colours. Just recently, I signed off on the painting of the rainbow and trans flag outside the Wickham Hotel. The members of the LGBTIQ+ community that haven't been gaslit by Labor know that I support them, because I always support tolerance and acceptance in our community, just like I support people from all cultures in our community. This has been a consistent theme for all of us on this side of the chamber for years and years and years. We support an inclusive, diverse and tolerant community. Driving division and creating division where it in fact doesn't exist is hurtful and harmful. I don't want members of our LGBTIQ+ community to think that their city leaders do not support them, because it is simply not true. We do. We do. And we care. So, Mr. Chair, I simply would say to Councillor Collier, it's okay to make mistakes when you ask your first question, but don't do something like this again, because it is divisive to our community. And don't listen to people like Councillor Cassidy, who always seek to divide. When I discussed with a whole heap of people Councillor Collier's appointment to this role, there was a great deal of optimism and excitement. And it is an appointment that we welcome, because it was a positive change. But obviously after today, it's really disappointing. It is really disappointing to see. Because this is not the type of thing or the type of question or fake urgency motion that takes the city forward. It takes the city backwards. It divides people, and we do not want to do that. Last night, the Victoria Bridge, Radcliffe Place, were lit up in blue to support Light the Way. Light the Way is an awareness campaign about a rare genetic condition which causes tumours to grow in various organs of the body. Also last night, the Tropical Dome and the Sandgate Town Hall was lit in red to support National Volunteer Week. National Volunteer Week recognises and honours volunteers right across the country for the work they do, keeping clubs and organisations alive. Tonight, all our assets will be lit up in orange to support the eve of WOW Day. WOW stands for Wear Orange Wednesday, and it's a national day that supports and thanks our SES volunteers for all of the work that they've done, particularly in recent years with the natural disasters. Tomorrow night, as I mentioned, all of our assets will be lit up in rainbow colours to support Ida Hobbit Day. This day is something that we celebrate and acknowledge on the 17th of May each year, and we have done for many years, and we continue to do. We will be actively lighting up our assets to acknowledge and support that day. On Thursday, all of our assets will be lit up in blue, yellow and green to support Australian Heavy Vehicle Industry Week. Coinciding this week is the Brisbane Truck Show being held at the Convention and Exhibition Centre. On Friday night, the Story Bridge, Victoria Bridge and Radcliffe Place will be lit up in blue and white to celebrate Panegyri Greek Festival. Panegyri kicks off at Musgrave Park once again, and it'll be great to see tens of thousands of people coming along, supporting the Greek community and supporting their efforts to fundraise for important community causes in the Greek community. Many people are not aware that there's around 20 different Greek organisations that all run stalls, and that's their biggest fundraiser for the year for the Greek community, and absolutely critical for them providing support for their community. On Saturday night, City Hall will be lit up in purple to support Dancing CEOs, the main fundraising events for women's legal services each year. And women's legal services, something we support as a council. Following myself becoming Lord Mayor, we committed $300,000 to women's legal services, the first and largest contribution of its kind by any council, and one that will help to ensure that women seeking help, particularly women wanting to flee from domestic violence, seeking legal advice, that their calls don't go unanswered. We know that there's so much demand, and women's legal services always struggles to meet that demand, and our support through this council's contribution of $300,000 helps to meet that demand. And finally, on Sunday night, all our assets will be lit up for Red Shield Appeal, and we obviously had the Red Shield Appeal breakfast launch just recently as well, and they're doing some great work raising money, particularly at the front line of our homelessness crisis at the moment. Over the weekend, you would have seen that I committed in the upcoming budget on behalf of Council up to $1 million to help activate the Pinkenba quarantine facility, something which now has bipartisan support in this chamber, and something that we know will help towards the response from all levels of government to this current housing and homelessness situation. I was pleased to meet with the Minister for Housing yesterday. Was a productive first step. There'll be further meetings and further work going forward. I also welcome the Premier's comments in the media just recently saying, flagging that there was an upcoming announcement about Pinkenba coming very soon. So really excited about what the state government proposes. We're happy to work with them to assist them with their proposals, whether that's providing transport services, library services, reaching out with our PSLOs, and also providing laundry services. We stand ready to assist the state government in their work to get the quarantine facility up and running for accommodation. Mr Chair, I also wanted to take this opportunity to table the interim report from the Queensland Audit Office, if Billy's around, as per section 203 in brackets 3 of the City of Brisbane Regulation. I table the 2023 interim QAO report. The items in front of us, Mr Chair, item A, contracts and tendering, the report for March 2023. In this report, 22 out of 37 contracts are being awarded to local suppliers. That's a little bit down on many months that we come through. Sometimes it's well in excess of 80 or 90%. It varies from month to month, but overall, so far this year, financial year to date, 84% of all contracts, or a total spend of $1.1 billion, is with local companies from South East Queensland. Contracts include drainage rehabilitation in Ashgrove and Hendra, construction of drainage works at Sandgate and Corana Downs, water and sewer works at Venus Street and Ashgrove, supply and delivery of drainage pipes and culverts in Pallara. We also have a contract in here for the refurbishment of the fit-out in Brisbane Square. Now, in recent times, we went out...
Lord Mayor, just before you go on, your time has expired.
Move for an extension. Seconded.
We have a motion for an extension of time for the Lord Mayor, moved by the Deputy Mayor and Councillor Landers. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
As I was mentioning, the refurbishment and fit-out of Brisbane Square. The history of this particular issue is that in 2006, Council moved into Brisbane Square, and that was a 20-year lease. This lease ends in 2026, and obviously in preparation for the end or expiry of that lease, we went out to a competitive open market tender process to look for appropriate accommodation options for council staff. We also looked at the opportunity, if possible, to consolidate two central council locations, Brisbane Square and Green Square, into the one building. Now, councillors would be aware Green Square in Fortitude Valley has a significant number of council staff, as does Brisbane Square. And so, as part of this process, we asked for proposals that would allow us to consolidate our staff into one building as opposed to having two separate locations. In testing the market, we assessed a range of proposals, including the opportunity to move into new accommodation where we would be the anchor tenant in a new building. There were multiple new building proposals put forward, but in the end, through this competitive process, the most cost-effective way and the way that provides the best value for ratepayers is to stay in the existing building and with a bit of a refit of the refurbishment or the fit-out. The fit-out is approaching 20 years old, and so obviously does need some work, but it certainly won't be anything like the cost of fitting out a brand new building from scratch. And obviously we've worked hard to negotiate a good outcome when it comes to this tenancy. The other thing that this tenancy will deliver, and the extension of this tenancy, is a significant saving in rent. So going forward, staying in the existing building and consolidating will save us significantly over the long term in rental costs, and that is a positive thing for the ratepayers of Brisbane. So we've worked really hard to drive value for money here. And one of the tenders that we're considering today is to work with a company to plan the refit of Brisbane Square to bring it up to date after a 20-year fit-out, or after the current fit-out reaches approximately 20 years. And so that will be going forward as well, but certainly we've put the ratepayers right at the front of mind and made sure we can save ratepayer dollars on office accommodation. So a reduction in rent by staying in the existing building, and that is a really good thing. Item B is the minor and administrative amendments to the Brisbane City Plan Package N. This relates to planning scheme and infrastructure design planning scheme policy. Of particular interest with this minor amendment is that we're updating the design parameters for rooftop gardens to reflect current industry practice and standards, including for safety barriers and pool construction techniques. Obviously, there's been a lot of progress where in the last 5 to 10 years, Brisbane has become the rooftop capital of Australia, with rooftop pools, gardens, rooftop bars and facilities, and now it's come to the point where in order to meet market expectations, many of the new buildings that are built have to have these kind of facilities to attract buyers. And so we're working with the industry to make sure that our standards meet the current industry practice and support what's happening, because we do think that it is something that's positive to have rooftop activation. It wasn't too long ago that the only thing the rooftop was used for was for heavy plant and equipment, air conditioning units and ventilation outlets, generators. They're not the type of plants we want to see on rooftops. We want to see green plants. We want to see vegetation. We want to see people using rooftops because we've got this great subtropical climate and we want to make sure people can enjoy it. There's also 61 Brisbane standard drawings being updated as well to align with industry best practice and council standards. And these changes make sure our planning scheme remain relevant and robust. Item C is the amendment to City Plan Package O, which deals with issues such as air quality, infrastructure design, management plans, refuse, transport access and parking. And so various changes in Package O as well. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on all of these ENC items before us today. And I just want to start by reflecting on something the Lord Mayor said about a dozen times over the last 15 minutes or so. He used the term gaslighting quite a lot. And May is the month of the prevention of domestic and family violence. And the term gaslighting, particularly relating to this month, has a very specific meaning. The term actually comes from a 1938 stage play, Gaslight, in which a husband attempts to drive his wife crazy by dimming the lights, which are powered by gas, in their home. Mental health professionals called gaslight.
Point of order to you, Councillor Murphy.
Chair, the Lord Mayor has the ability to go around and talk on any issue that he so pleases. Councillor Cassidy has to address the papers in front of us, so I just ask you to draw him back to the papers in front of us. as a point of order.
Yeah. I uphold the point of order.
I will, Chair. My point is the Lord Mayor shouldn't use that language. He shouldn't use that language. He should choose his language very carefully, and I think my point is made. Clause A is contracts and tendering before us for the last month. There's 16 contracts on this list, which were just simply waved through by ENC, and the LNP are seeking us to wave them through as well. There's contracts on this list which you would normally think, if you're a ratepayer and you saw some of this, that should be basic in-house work. Basic services the council could be doing and should be doing work that would mean more safe and secure jobs for tradespeople and apprentices and trainees here in council. The Lord Mayor, though, is just getting very, very predictable. Outsourcing and contracting are their go-to moves when it comes to governing here in Brisbane. And two contracts to start with stand out for me, and they show the priorities of this LNP administration and this Conservative LNP Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner. These are two contracts for drainage-related work, rehabilitation of pits and minor works. Now, given the city's still recovering, as we've been talking about today, Councillor Johnston, 15 months on from the February 2022 flood disaster, you would assume these contracts and contracts like this would be for a substantial amount of money for drainage works. You'd think they would be by far and away the biggest basic suburban expenditures for council. Now, I'm sure the LNP and I'm sure the Lord Mayor would like to tell ratepayers that the $963,867 is a significant investment in these contracts, certainly nothing to be sneezed at. However, if you go down the list just a little further, two other contracts that are worth $1.5 million and $1.7 million each really show the priorities of this LNP administration. That's where their priorities, that's where this Lord Mayor's priorities raise their ugly head. And you might ask what those $3 million plus contracts are for, and I'm sure ratepayers would be curious. They are for two items, an interior designer and a change manager for the CBD office accommodation project. So aside from the astronomical costs of the office fit-out itself, we've already seen contracts for project management for this fit-out, so externalising project management for externalising a fit-out. And sure, you know, a lot of that fit-out would have to be contracted. We agree with that, of course, to get those materials. But now we're seeing over $3 million in contracts for interior design and change management. It's little wonder ratepayers don't feel like they're getting good value for money from this LNP mayor when they see millions of dollars more spent on flashy offices being fitted out than on basic drainage in the suburbs of Brisbane. Now, I'm sure councillors Murphy and Wines and Marks and Davis and Cunningham and Allen will love these contracts because they get plush offices in Brisbane Square, of course, and they're going to get a plush upgrade. But too bad for those residents, who are made to continually pay more and get less under this out-of-touch LNP administration out in the suburbs of Brisbane. So we won't be voting in favour of these contracts today. Clause B is the so-called minor and administrative amendments to City Plan Package N. The amendments cover quite a few changes, more than the Lord Mayor would have just suggested in his very short, spent a long time talking about Councillor Collier, a very short amount of time talking about planning changes. But the most significant one is, of course, to the Lord Mayor's signature rooftop gardens policy. Now, in November 2021, when this amendment was brought to the chamber, I said that we were supportive, Labor was supportive of the concept of rooftop gardens, but at the time said we weren't confident that genuine rooftop gardens would actually be the outcome of those changes. On face value, it looked like it was a reasonable amendment, but can you really trust the LNP in their execution of these policies? So we said at the time it would be very hard to trust the Lord Mayor and the LNP to do what they say. It's only taken them about a year and a half to prove us right. The concern at the time was that these so-called gardens would end up being bars and gyms and pools and other entertainment spaces adorned with just a few pot plants. The changes that the LNP are bringing to us today in these minor amendments are at the behest of the development industry and make that reality more of a concern. I remember when Councillor Allen did the media and he was standing on a rooftop with a big pool and banana lounges and a sort of indoor sort of entertainment area, and there were some golden cane palms in pots, and said this rooftop garden amendment would mean more of this. Now, sure, developers can do that. Well, they could have currently if they took a level of their height limit to do that. But what the development industry went to the LNP and said, we'd really love to be able to get these rooftop gardens as an additional level, but we promise it'll be a genuine rooftop garden. Fast forward a year and a half, and that reality that we warned about has actually come true. Now, what they're seeking today, the LNP, is a 5% increase in the site cover for those indoor areas. So it was supposed to be quite minimal before, it was 15%. Now that's being bumped up to 20%. And the LNP have gone with just 5% because it's just small enough to sneak through as an administrative amendment, not a major amendment which would require public consultation. So we can expect now every 12 to 18 months, if the LNP is still in charge in this place, to sneak through another 5%, then another 5%, then another 5%, until the development industry gets exactly what it wants. You know, maybe this is what they designed from the start. Maybe they designed this from the start in a very, very sneaky way.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
To you, Deputy Mayor.
That is imputing motive. I ask you to withdraw the comment about a sneaky way for planning.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Councillor.
Oh, thanks.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you.
I hear the interjection from Councillor Strunk, who just doubled down on the imputing motive.
Yes. Councillor Strunk, will you please do not make those interjections across the floor, please.
It'd be nice if the Deputy Mayor didn't say shut up when she sat down off the record just then. So during the middle, so developers have clearly...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, I did ask for them to withdraw. Did you ask Councillor Cassidy to withdraw the imputing motive?
No, you didn't.
Councillor Cassidy, will you withdraw your imputed motive, please?
What exactly was it?
The words that you used have been objected to by Councillor Adams, and I ask you to withdraw the words you used.
I'll withdraw that. But on face value, if any objective person got these papers today and looked at the concerns that were raised previously and how this is being increased by 5%, which is the amount which still makes it minor rather than major, an ordinary person might think that's quite a sneaky way of increasing the gross floor area of indoor entertainment and bar areas on roofs and less gardens. So there'll be less gardens on Brisbane roofs now as a result of these amendments. So clearly developers have made that overture. It's in the papers before us today. The industry has said they want this increased, and the LNP administration have said okay. That wasn't consulted on broadly. I don't know who the Deputy Mayor went out to and asked about this. Certainly I didn't see anything that was publicly put out by Councillor Allen or the Deputy Mayor or the Lord Mayor to see whether people thought it was a good idea for an development industry suggestion to increase the floor area for indoor areas on rooftops at the expense of gardens to be progressed with. So I think on face value it would look pretty sneaky. Now we're in the middle of a housing crisis, Chair, of course, and the Lord Mayor will tell anyone who's listening that it's not his fault. We hear that week in, week out. But if he actually wanted to work with developers on something to deliver some sort of changes to city plan which would fast-track the development of social and affordable housing and zoning changes, we'd be up for that debate. But instead, what he brings is a request from the development industry to reduce the size of the garden on a roof and increase the size of a profit-making venture. So these little minor changes, that one's not so minor, but other minor changes are certainly not what you would expect to see from a Lord Mayor of the fastest growing city in the middle of a housing crisis. You know, when it comes to those in our city who are doing it tough, who can't get a rental property or sleeping on someone's couch or don't have a place to sleep at all, I bet they would prefer the Lord Mayor to bring those sort of amendments to this place rather than giving developers an increased profit margin on
Councillor
their properties.
Cassidy, your time has expired.
Can I move an extension, please?
Yes. Seconded.
Extension of time for the Leader of the Opposition being moved by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Collier. All in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
So as we said, Chair, wrapping up on this amendment, we warned back in 2021 that you have to look at what the LNP does not listen to what they say. And that's true for so many things. The LNP said the amendment would bring rooftops to gardens. Now they're wanting to bend over backwards for developers to see more indoor entertainment spaces at the expense of gardens. The Lord Mayor says he cares about the housing crisis, but the only amendment that we have here today will ensure higher developer profits, not affordable housing. So it's really not hard to figure out who the LNP really care about here in Brisbane, and it's not people. It's not people. Clause C, the amendment, package O. In this one there are some practical amendments in the suite of changes which bring the plan in line with standard requirements. Firstly, about car parking for dwellings where elderly people or those with a disability will be amended. So there are relaxations, so people who are older, ageing in our community or living with disability also have access to car-based transport, which is critical for them. In the suburbs, car parking around unit blocks and townhouses, as we all experience, where they're not planned well and car parking requirements weren't done right by the LNP in the first place, parking can be extremely problematic. So for people who live in multi-unit dwellings with disability, this will be a good change going forward. Changes regarding to air quality assessment, odour impact should see better outcomes as well, so we do support those. However, when the changes do talk a lot about where bins can be kept and the kinds of shrouds around bins and how waste is collected and how often, and turnarounds for trucks and things like that, the very specific requirements about recycling as well in there, about yellow top recycling, also requirements for small businesses to have yellow top recycling, but still we see the LNP double dipping, so charging small businesses rates but not including recycling, so double dipping and getting them to charge again for their recycling bins is deeply unfair, deeply in a really tough time for small business. It's deeply unfair this LNP administration is targeting them in this way. There's also no change when it comes to the introduction of organic recycling or FOGO, another example of where the Lord Mayor claims to be clean and green, but that's nothing but a smokescreen. We should be seeing action from Council in removing 80,000 tonnes of organic material from landfill, and one thing that needs to happen for that to become a reality is a planning scheme change. What we have before us today would be the first step of that, but the LNP clearly have no intention, given they aren't included in these changes today. So minor and technical amendments to planning schemes are fine. We appreciate some of those in isolation can mean better outcomes as well, but sadly the LNP have proven time and time again they're more interested in giving developers a hand up rather than residents.
Further debate? Councillor Landers.
Thank you, Chair, and I rise to speak on item A and specifically the construction of the Bill Brown Reserve shared path in Fitzgibbon. This particular construction is going to actually create connectivity in between two of my communities. The Fitzgibbon bushland sits between Brackenridge and Fitzgibbon itself, and this path will go from Hidden World on Rogan Road through to Telegraph Road, close to where we have another large recreational hub, and it will provide connectivity between those communities, the businesses and the surrounding suburbs are all embracing this, the building of this path. Secondly, of course, there is the active travel opportunities that this will provide and a safer path for walkers and for cyclists. And it is also going to create more opportunities for residents and visitors to come and enjoy the natural areas and explore on bike or on foot. Features of the track include 850 metres in length, 3-metre wide shared path. There are 6 culverts along that will improve drainage, and also a bridge at the Telegraph Road end. There's also going to be fencing along the path, LED lighting for safety, and wayfinding and line marking. And I know that the community is very excited about seeing this project getting started, and I look forward to its completion and being able to walk along it myself with Lulu when that is done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Further debate? Councillor Collier.
Chair, just on item A, I note contract 511954 4 in this list, which is ferry terminals network maintenance. I would ask about whether the Norman Park ferry terminal is included as part of that work, but of course it is not. Why? Because the Lord Mayor and the LNP cut those services completely and closed the terminal. The Lord Mayor's answers in my ward to traffic congestion is to cut transport options, forcing people to get back in their cars to get to work. They have poured literally billions of dollars.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Could I just ask if you could ask Councillor Collier to come to what is in the report, not as what is not in the report,
Thank you,
relevant to the report.
I uphold your point of order. You need to talk to the report that's before us, Councillor Collier.
Well, it's $0 for Norman Park Ferry yet again. Residents literally begged the Lord Mayor and Councillor Murphy to reinstate the service.
I've already asked you to speak to the report before us.
Well, Chair, I would love to see any funding for Norman Park Ferry from this council. Residents of Morningside Ward deserve better than a council that cuts services and ignores
Deputy
them.
Mayor, have you finished, Councillor Collier? Yes, please. Councillor Collier is sat down. Thank you. Further debate? Any further debate? Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, he's got tunnel vision. I'm here, I know. Sometimes I jump up and down and wave my arms, Councillor.
Councillor Johnston, you have the floor.
Yeah, I know, thank you. I'm so pleased you finally saw me. Thank you so much. I rise to speak on items A, B and C, and I just note that earlier today the Lord Mayor implied that somehow I didn't care about making sure things are fixed in my ward. And unfortunately for the Lord Mayor, it is the LNP that are not actually fixing the things, and questions to council officers are, we'll keep you updated, councillor, and then nothing ever happens. Not only that, the LNP council are now blocking motions about flood recovery. It's still sitting on the agenda and we're still waiting for it.
Point of order.
Point of order to you, Deputy Mayor.
Right, no, not a point of order. Righto, good, excellent. So I just want to note, with the respect to the contracts here before us today, that there's a real problem in the failure to deliver on things that are actually needed out in our suburbs. That's fixing flood-repaired, flood-damaged public infrastructure. Now, with respect to the city plan changes, I won't be supporting them. There are a number of issues, of course. Firstly, with respect to the rooftop terraces in, I think that's package N. It's not lost on me that the LNP has allowed rooftop terraces to come in everywhere around Brisbane. Now, back probably about 8 years ago now, I think, rooftop terraces were allowed on high-rise building in the inner city area. And that was as an offset for the loss of ground level open space. Unfortunately, what has happened is the LNP has allowed rooftop terraces everywhere. Houses get rooftop terraces nowadays. Townhouses and units in low to medium density areas get rooftop terraces. We've got a proposal for a rooftop terrace on a low density block in Graceville. I've just been to the Planning and Environment Court to get rid of the rooftop terraces on character residential houses at Annerley. So the way in which the LNP has allowed bad design to occur is just, it's not only damaging the design and the feel of suburbs, but it's also going to have an impact on the sustainability of these homes in the longer term. Rooftops should be being used for sustainability measures like solar power, electricity, water collection. I mean, every building should be looking at how to collect and reuse and reticulate water in these high-rise buildings. It doesn't make sense. Well, it does make sense because the LNP want to distract people by saying, just have a party on your rooftop terrace. Doesn't matter that your unit's tiny, doesn't have any proper ventilation or whatever it might be, but you can go up to your rooftop terrace. There won't be any shade because we're actually taking away the amount of shade that's required. And certainly you won't have the opportunity to make your building sustainable because you can't put your rooftop terrace solar panels on because we're giving you more space to party. this is the wrong approach. We're coming into, and this is the Deputy Mayor's area of responsibility. This is supposed to be the Sustainable Olympics, and here we are as a city prioritising partying over sustainability. So rooftop terraces impact on the way in which developers build floor plans and build their developments, and it is having an impact on sustainability. Particularly, for example, in Annerley, where I fought very hard to get rid of the character area, low density character area, and these people want to put rooftop terraces on it. I mean, beyond the character idea of, you know, your rooftop, your roof design has to match other pre-46 houses or be sympathetic to them. I mean, I don't know too many that have rooftop terraces. So the LNP have got this wrong. It has become a blight because they are just everywhere. They may be appropriate in some areas, but we cannot allow rooftop terraces at the expense of making sure that space is being used for sustainability purposes like solar panels and rainwater collection and reticulation uses. In the longer term, these are going to be the essential things that buildings should have, not a little bit extra floor space so you can have a party, because the LNP, through their own bad planning and design, have reduced the amount of open space required around buildings, so that there is absolutely, in most buildings, no real ground floor level open space left at all. So I don't support that. There is also a problem with Package O. And I was going to move an amendment, but as this one's going out for consultation, I'll put in a submission. There are a couple of issues with this one. Firstly, in the planning policy scheme relating to noise, vibration, dust, impact control measures, I believe there should be an additional clause. It has become, unfortunately, the default position of council that builders can work outside the 6:30 to 6:30 Monday to Saturday timeframes, and that includes pretty much everything other than actually banging a hammer on the site. So you can get deliveries at 5 a.m. You can have workers open up the gates, bang around, set things up, put their tools out, turn on all the lights, make as much noise as they want on site. And that is unfortunate because we are seeing the impacts of these early starts are having on residents. Now, council will say, oh, well, the workers aren't actually working, therefore they're not breaching the condition. So this is the perfect opportunity in, I think it's 2.5, noise, vibration, dust, to make sure that we insert a clause that might say something like, no on-site access prior to 6:30 a.m. other than approved by council permit. Now, occasionally there is good reason for things to be done outside those hours, and council should approve a permit for that. It is not appropriate that residents have to listen to noisy construction activity before 6:30 a.m. Builders have 12 hours across the course of the day to undertake the work within the timeframes established by council. Council refuses to enforce certain types of activities before 6:30 a.m, and it is our responsibility as councillors to update these conditions to make sure residential amenity is respected and construction and noise around and on the site does not start before 6:30 a.m. So I will put forward a submission and a clause to do that because it needs clarification. Cars just are not enforcing this in the way that they should be. And it's just not okay that the cement truck turns up at 5 a.m, blocks the local street, and they start doing a giant pour, and that's okay because it's not actually on the site, and therefore it's before 6:30. And it's okay because they're not actually building anything on the site. It's just crazy what council is saying is acceptable. So that needs clarification with respect to noise, dust and vibration, and this strikes me as a good opportunity to do that. There appears to be, I don't know if it's something that's been missed, but I'll just put it on the record just in case somebody's actually listening. On page 21 of 35 in Amendment O, there's a list regarding the service frequency for bin collection, and it lists all the zones, but it does not list the medium density residential zone. It goes from low to medium density to high density. So I'm just wondering, I think it maybe it's just been missed, left out. So I'm just wondering if there's an error, and given this is designed to allegedly correct errors, maybe someone should check to make sure that all the relevant zones have been addressed as part of the correction, because for whatever reason it does look like the medium density residential zone bin collection frequency schedule is not listed on pages 21 and 22. So look, I definitely have some problems with what's proposed here. I'll just check. Have what's been taken seriatim? Nothing? Nothing? All right. I'll just ask that item B is taken seriatim for voting. Thanks.
Further debate? Councillor Cunningham.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on item A, and specifically the allocations for improvements at Brisbane Square. As part of the new office accommodation lease which went through this chamber, and my recollection was that it was actually bipartisan, we received an incentive payment from Charter Hall. This will support the required refit of the building to support additional staff moving into BSQ from Green Square. That's why we've secured design and change management services. The opposition might like to play games with the term interior designer, but it's an insult to the professionals who will do the necessary work to appropriately provide a workspace to the people who keep Brisbane moving and Brisbane functioning. When you build a new building, you see, you get an architect to design it, and they work with interior designers to fit it out. Council's workforce is obviously staying put, Mr Chair, so we're engaging the required professional support to design a new layout. The scope includes maximising the existing space to create flexible workspaces to accommodate a greater number of employees, including those that are coming from Green Square. Excuse me, Mr Chair. We'll also be, thank you, Councillor Howard. We'll also be removing and refitting areas that are no longer needed in a modern, low-paper green office. It's things like those retractable filing systems, Councillor Marks. We're replacing them with more flexible working environments. The design team will be required to prepare a workplace strategy and ongoing fit-out design for Council's occupation to allow for improved and increased use. Excuse me, Mr Chair. Given the significant move that is occurring from Green Square to Brisbane Square, a change management program is required. The change management allocation allows for an initial amount, $82,000 in fact, but retains the option to engage extra services if it is needed. You see, I think I might need to explain it to the opposition. The amount that's shown in the papers represents the maximum expenditure approved, not necessarily what we expect to pay. I understand, and it is reasonable to understand, that there is an initial body of work that needs to be done for our employees. And then there will be an option to do further work, which may or may not be taken up. And I absolutely commend this item to the chamber.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to speak on items B and C. Item B is minor administrative amendment, package N. As the Lord Mayor said earlier, the amendments relate to the planning scheme and the infrastructure design planning scheme policy to ensure both maintain their effectiveness and currency. Mr Chair, you may recall several years ago through Major Amendment Package G, we encouraged the provision of rooftop gardens by allowing those that achieve required standards to be excluded from the calculation of the maximum number of storeys in medium to high density locations, supporting residential, commercial and mixed use multi-storey development. So just reiterating that point, medium and high density locations. Not low density residential, lot medium. This relates specifically to those developments. In the case of low density residential or low medium residential, those extra stories, the rooftop garden is counted as an extra story. As a result of industry feedback, this minor amendment updates those provisions to reflect current industry practice and standards, including for safety barriers and pool construction techniques, ensuring our city plan maintains both its effectiveness and currency. We have seen the progress of rooftop gardens being incorporated into new buildings across Brisbane already, resulting in our skyline and communal areas being transformed into green subtropical oases. And just to reflect on some of the comments that were made earlier, last week in committee we featured a residential development that not only had solar, it had rainwater harvesting, a green rooftop, compost bins and a vegetable garden. So we know that the industry is responding to the opportunities that are presented, not only by the rooftop garden amendments, but also other initiatives that Council is encouraging. Also included in the amendment is the update to some references and other standards for 61 Brisbane standard drawings, as well as updates to the regulated residential zone intent statements by removing reference to dwelling houses, which ensure Council continues to align our local planning scheme with the changes made by the state government late last year to the planning regulation. Just further to some of the comments that were made earlier, I think the rooftop gardens need to be seen in the context of the roof, the green facades, the public realm, deep planting, design, buildings that breathe. So what we're seeking to achieve is great outcomes for the city. And Councillor Cassidy made a point about, thinking of the residents. It's the residents in these buildings who are getting the outcome. The building and construction industry is not going to amend rooftops in a way that's negative for the residents of those buildings. It's all about providing a better product for the residents and for the city at large. So what we're seeking is obviously to get a balanced outcome. The opportunity that's available now to proponents is significant. Every significant building that we're seeing coming through, whether it's in the medium or the high density residential zone, but particularly high density residential, they've got great rooftop and communal space outcomes, and we're very proud to see how the industry is responding.
Councillor Johnston.
Just moving on to a major amendment package O. This deals with a number of planning scheme policy changes, namely air quality, infrastructure design, management plans, refuse and transport access, parking and servicing. Again, following feedback from industry as well as our internal stakeholders through the development assessment process, updates are required to ensure our planning scheme reflect best practice. And these changes to policy include the inclusion of a new air dispersion model as an option for planning an air quality report in complex environments, for example, where you have residential towers near pollution sources, updates to guidance provided on noise, vibration and dust impact management plans to ensure the relevant control measures are considered when addressing pollution source reduction in management plans, new non-residential refuse service frequency requirements and new refuse generation rates for non-residential development, and updates to the minimum standard design for refuse collection vehicles to ensure the vehicle can stand wholly within the site for collecting. Changes such as this ensure our planning scheme remains robust and resilient and able to reflect the changes over time in line with community and industry expectations and standards. As the Lord Mayor stated earlier, if supported today, the amendment will proceed to State Government for its first interest check, and then we'll seek approval to undertake public consultation on the changes. Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you. Any further debate? No further debate, Lord Mayor? No. Thank you. We now move to the vote on the E&C report, items A and C together. Items A and C, all in favour of items A and C, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Division. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 1 against and 5 abstentions.
A and C carried. Please resume your seats, councillors. We move to the vote on item B. Vote on item B. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Strunk. Please ring the bells. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. Thanks, Billy. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 18 in favour, 2 against and 3 abstentions.
Thank you. Declare that item carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams, Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Hutton that the report of the Economic Development and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games Committee meeting dated Tuesday 9 May 2023 be adopted. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And before I go to last week's report, I again want to do the highlights of the Brisbane Business Hub, the workshops and the mentoring program that is coming up this week. Busy week this week with a lot of programs being developed and presented by our partner and business experts. On the 18th of May at 9:30, Putting Strategy into Action, a workshop which will unlock the value of your thoughts. Join us to explore a new way of effectively working to help you achieve the results you want for your business by David Derwin. On the 26th of May, here's something you can do on a rooftop, Lord Mayor. Imagine if you had a lovely full deep planting trees and grass area on a rooftop at 4 o'clock. There is a 1-hour yoga class, including breathing techniques, physical movements and resting poses and meditation for business people by May UN. On the 23rd of May at 9:30, Trust Your Intuition, 3 Keys for Knowing When to Act. And that is a workshop on showing you how to come into greater alignment with your intuition and how it can influence areas of business and decision making by Kirsten Barfoot. And lastly, in the next 7 days, 23rd of May at 3 o'clock, Share Your Business with the World, Export Opportunities in India. So we've got a Business Chamber Queensland's workshop in conjunction with Australia's Chief Negotiator from India, Francis Lisson, PSM, learning about economic cooperation and trade agreements. So that is fantastic. Also being accompanied by Diana Georgieva, Emma Logan, Janendra Kara and Abhinav Bhatia. So any of the businesses in your local area, and I know there's a lot of local councillors with strong Indian businesses and community in their local areas, might like to share that on the 23rd of May from 3 till 5 at the Business Hub. Last week we spoke about the inner city strategy, which I did a question on last week in Chambers. Hopefully everybody's had the time and taken the time to read through the wonderful opportunities that we are looking at in the inner 5Ks over the coming 10 and 20 years. This is off the back of Brisbane's Sustainable Growth Strategy. After we got hundreds of thousands of ideas in our Inner Spark engagement, we then had a look at what the inner strategy could look like going forward. So out of the Sustainable Growth Strategy, we know we have to look at housing supply for our growing and evolving city, which is why, I might just make it clear, Lord Mayor, because through you, Mr Chair, I don't think everybody in this place understands that the Brisbane Sustainable Growth Strategy is our housing strategy. Just checking, yes, Councillor Allen? Yeah, excellent.
They haven't read it.
So, housing supply for our growing and evolving city, housing diversity and affordability, right housing in right locations, and sustainable living and well-designed subtropical homes. So off the back of those pillars through the sustainable growth strategy, we recognise that Brisbane's inner city is going to be home to more than 473,000 residents by 2041, 570,000 plus workers in this time, and most importantly, 60% of our knowledge-intense employment. So what is very important when you have so many workers and the knowledge corridor in this area is that people can also have places to live and play when they have places where they work, and that is basically the very strong pillars that we have in the inner city strategy. Recognising that we are host to the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games, with more than half the events occurring within the 5 kilometres of the CBD. Brisbane Metro, Cross River Rail, Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, Neville Bonner Bridge, Victoria Park Barambin Master Plan, the expansion of South Bank Parklands, and a new 1,500 capacity seat theatre at QPAC are the ones we know of at the moment, and that is why we need to make sure we have some long-term planning for our changing inner city. So the inner city strategy is set up in 3 parts. It is about our city today, our city's future direction, and then our city transformation. And those pillars are around celebrating our subtropical lifestyle, curating our cultural experiences, connecting places and transport, and creating inner city neighbourhoods. And all of those are in detail as we went through in the committee as well. But I think what comes out of that is we have highlighted some of the priority areas that we think are the very good opportunities to do those pillars in the housing strategy that I spoke about early. Housing supply, diversity, affordability, connected. And of course, all of them with their own intrinsic neighbourhoods. So Kurilpa, the city centre, Albion, Newstead and Woolloongabba are off the starting blocks first, with Kurilpa and city centre in the next 12 to 18 months. So we're looking forward to working with those communities to really find out what the characteristics are of each of those suburbs, because we know Kurilpa, very different to Albion, very different to Woolloongabba. And as we work through this planning, legislative planning that always involves more than the legislative community engagement, as we do in all our neighbourhood plans, I look forward to the residents having their say and feeding that information back into how they want to see their suburbs develop, and how we make sure that we cater for the fastest growing capital city in Australia. And above everything else, the Shrinner Council is dedicated to making the Brisbane of tomorrow even better than the Brisbane of today.
Thank you. Further debate? Any further debate? No? We move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Murphy, Transport Committee report, please.
Chair, I move that the report of the Transport Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Murphy and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Transport Committee meeting dated Tuesday 9 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Last week, members of the Transport Committee received a presentation on the retail leases of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. In addition to the new river crossing, the final design of the Kangaroo Point Green Bridge, as you know, features 2 unique riverside dining opportunities, an above-water restaurant and a bar over the bridge, as well as a new riverside cafe at the city landing plaza. We commenced the process, the procurement process for the food and beverage outlets in June last year, and we had registration of interest from 36 parties. 15 of those then submitted a proposal by mid-September last year, and Council selected Hellas ADA as a successful operator on the 2nd of May. This group provided the strongest overall commercial offer and tendered the highest base rent for both facilities. As I mentioned previously in the chamber, Hellas ADA is part of the Tassis Group and are well known in the city. The committee was shown images of architectural design drawings from each of the retail leases, which featured the Riverside Cafe Mulga Bills and the restaurant and bar Bombora. This restaurant will seat 128 people and the cafe will seat up to 32 people, with the potential to include a footpath dining licence, adding 18 seats to the cafe. And as I have mentioned, one of the great benefits of this activation is that income from each site will contribute to and in fact cover ongoing maintenance costs of the bridge. Council now holds the title of the land purchased for the cafe over the city's bridge landing. Development approval for the material change of use for the cafe and above water restaurant was obtained in February this year. The lease for the restaurant is still with the state government and subject to finalisation at this point in time. With the procurement awarded, the next steps for the operator are to take is to finalise the fit-out design with Bessex Wattpac to construct the hard shell of the retail spaces. The operator did not request council contribution to the fit-out costs and have committed to use 100% green power and reusable and recycled materials where possible. The retail sites will commence operation with the opening of the bridge, pending any fit-out delays. Once finished, it will be one of the only bridges in the world, Chair, with a boutique bar and restaurant. It's all part of Council's plan to get more cars off the road, provide more choices for residents when it comes to travel, and to provide some unique destination-style offerings in our city. Also, Chair, before I finish, I'd like to share some great milestones that have been reached in the last week with the Green Bridges program. Kangaroo Point Green Bridges main pier, Pier 4, has had a successful concrete pour on Friday the 5th of May 2023. This pour consisted of 210 cubic metres of concrete. It's one of the final steps before we go ahead and install the multiple bridge deck spans in a few months' time. Mr Chair, councillors who use any of our ferries or our city cats would also notice a floating protection system that will shield the temporary bridge supports during construction. This system will be installed over the next few weeks and will remain in place until the bridge is fully supported by the cable stay system and no longer requires false work. It comprises a string of floating buoys which are connected to the 20-tonne concrete anchor blocks on the riverbed. These will have the potential to absorb any impacts from vessels that may hit the system. The buoys will include navigational lighting to ensure visibility at night time, which I'm hoping will create a little bit of a spectacle for residents who view the bridge over the Kangaroo Point cliffs. And speaking of spectacles, Mr Chair, in your own ward, the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge is starting to take shape, as I'm sure you've noticed, passing 50% completion at the start of this month. Significant progress has been made across land and marine work sites for the Breakfast Creek Green Bridge, as well as much of the off-site manufacturing, which people do not see. Residents will see that all piling works have now been completed and deck works for the Laura's Bonnie River Walk extension are well underway. It marks our next significant investment in green transport infrastructure, and one that enhances that transport link between the existing Riverwalk and Newstead Park before connecting with a two-way on-road cycle path along Breakfast Creek Road and Newstead Avenue through to Newstead Terrace at Halford Street. This side of the chamber is delivering what Brisbane wants: active transport green bridges, and ones that will ensure that Brisbane continues to be a great place to work and relax, and giving our residents plenty of choice when it comes to mobility around our beautiful river city. Thanks, Chair.
Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yeah, just another great opportunity to put on the record what a crazy idea this is. Honestly, this LNP administration are investing money in, it's a ridiculous thing that you're going to build a five-star restaurant or whatever it is on a bridge. I mean, that money that's associated with the cost of the design and the complexity of what's proposed here could go into fixing footpaths or fixing bikeways or putting in, fixing the pontoon at Sherwood. It'd easily fix that. But instead, what we see is this LNP administration trying to zhuzh up a bridge. Sometimes a bridge is just a bridge, and that's a good thing. It gets people from one side of the river or the creek to the other side of the river or the creek. It is unnecessary, wasteful expenditure. There's funds that will go into the design and cost that's added to this project because of the way it's being done. It just should not be happening. It should not be happening. I don't support it.
Any further debate? Councillor Murphy, no summing up? Move to the vote on this report. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. Councillor Wines, Infrastructure Committee report, please.
Mr Chair, I move the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Matic that the report of the Infrastructure Committee meeting dated Tuesday 9 May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I think it's natural for people to be enthusiastic to second this report. It was a great report last week. Like so many reports that seem innocuous on the front, once you actually get into the presentation, an excellent presentation full of substantial points so that people can better understand how our organisation works. Last week we heard a presentation entitled Asset Management, What We Do, presented by the manager of the Asset Management Branch, Mr Joe Bannon, who went over with the committee members how the Asset Management Branch, which sits within Brisbane Infrastructure, actually sets a policy framework that influences how we manage our properties across a whole range, how we manage our assets across a whole range of asset classes, which include, the Asset Management Branch sets the whole lot of criteria, whether it be the standarded materials of roads, right through to parkland standards, and it's actually quite a fascinating part of the organisation. And so I thought it was important. Sometimes when you've been a councillor for a long time, you lose touch or things change on you about how they work. So I thought it was important that all councillors be provided this information. Once again, I'm also happy to provide that the inspiration for this, as Mr Bannon, I understand, is attending to all our new councillors to make sure they understand how asset management works. And I thought if the new councillors hear this, it's probably important that all of us hear it as well, so to better understand what that branch does. Quite achieving branch that does a great deal of work. And thanks to Joe, thanks to his officers, I hope people took a moment to appreciate what this fantastic group in our organisation does and better understand the structure and management of our organisation internally.
Thank you. Any further debate? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I rise to speak on the asset management process by council. And I think it's probably a really good opportunity for me to speak about the neglect of assets in Tennyson Ward and certainly in other parts of the city. We have major roads that have not been resurfaced. They've been glued back together by super glue. They have grass growing out of them, and this is up and down major roads throughout Brisbane. In addition to that, of course, there are numerous roads that are over capacity, and there are no plans to address the congestion and capacity issues that are needed. In addition to that, we really don't see any long-term planning for the delivery of infrastructure. As councillors who've been here for some time know that each time, firstly, the PIP and then the LGIP has come through this place, the LNP administration has cut the replacement and new assets that are needed to keep up with the growth being experienced in Tennyson Ward from council's long-term infrastructure plan. And I don't think that's good enough. All stormwater upgrades in my ward were cut in the last LGIP. So what is asset management actually doing to make sure that the necessary upgrades to deal with the impact of growth, to deal with the impacts of ageing infrastructure are actually addressed? Because all I see is the LNP administration cutting the investment in the necessary upgrades and repairs that are needed. And case in point today, the Lord Mayor was asked a simple question about the pontoon at the Sherwood Arboretum. And instead of actually answering the question, the Lord Mayor decided to play games, attack me personally. I mean, does the Lord Mayor really expect me to ask him about every single local issue?
Point of order,
Mr Chair, could the councillors to identify which paragraph she's referring to in this gratuitous attack on the Lord Mayor, which part of the report it is that she's relying on to make that statement?
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, can I draw you back to the report, please?
I just want to check, am I allowed to mention the Lord Mayor? Because, you know...
Councillor Johnson, you know...
Checking. I know. So is that a point of order by Councillor Wines?
Councillor Wines asked, as a point of order, to bring you back to the motion before us, the matters before us, and what's on the agenda.
That's not quite what he asked, but anyway, I'll continue because I think that's what you're saying. Oh, this is a presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. He's actually given me the presentation, which I haven't. Oh, that's really good. Yes, so thank you so much for raising that issue, because the Lord Mayor is the man in charge of the city. He has specific responsibilities under the City of Brisbane Act. And not only that, the Lord Mayor is responsible for the delivery of the budget. So let me give another example of where this administration and this Lord Mayor are failing, and that is a responsibility sitting with the people who are responsible for managing our assets. Francis Outlook at Corinda. So several years ago we identified that this heritage-listed cemetery and parkland needed some urgent repairs. The lich gate is falling down. The fence actually did fall over. Council had to go and prop the fence back up and had the orange azadope up for months. The gravestones are falling over. It's in a terrible state of repairs. There's actually $160,000 in the budget to do the work, which the Lord Mayor announced in June last year. It's now 11 months since the Lord Mayor announced that funding, and not a skerrick of work has been undertaken. So, at least in this case, the asset management team have identified, yes, there is a problem when we've raised it, and some money has been allocated to the project in the budget, but guess what? The work's not been done. We're 11 months in, and I don't think it's going to get done. I'm not hearing anything about it. It's a bit like the Sherwood Arboretum pontoon, which got washed away in the floods. It's the second time it got washed away in the floods. It's not made out of polystyrene, so I don't know what the Lord Mayor was talking about. But if the Lord Mayor wants to take an interest in this matter, yes, I have been asking council officers about it, and they were telling me that they would continue to update me about what's happening. But that is not the case. They do not do so. It is unreasonable that we have to wait a year or projects to be rolled over because the Lord Mayor can't deliver them. He is responsible for the administration of the council budget, along with Councillor Cunningham, and I don't know that she pays too much attention to the delivery of these items against their actual programming. But we are not seeing assets that are even identified for funding actually being fixed, let alone all the assets that are sitting on Council's capital works list and have not been done. Here's another great example. The open stormwater drain running through Leishon and Fellberg Park in Yeronga behind the retirement village. Council officers told me it's been listed for nearly 20 years. 20 years. And I don't think this LNP administration is going to spend a single cent on it. 20 years to get a stormwater drain fixed. It needs not only to be fixed now, and when it was listed 20 years ago, it was probably listed for $3 million. It's probably $300 million now. And the type of design is completely different in terms of what you need to do. But this administration is not keeping up with what is needed to maintain, to repair and to upgrade assets around this city. And to come in here and talk up asset management when things are falling into disrepair and falling down, literally fences are falling down in our parks because the LNP administration cannot fix them. All over the city. I mean, you would have thought an easy answer to my question today about the Sherwood Arboretum pontoon would have been, yes, councillor, it's an important asset that we need to have fixed. And I'll find out when and we'll let you know. I appreciate your residents are concerned about this. I appreciate your residents want to know what's happening. It's a great space, the Arboretum. I've been there twice now. I know where it is. That's the Lord Mayor, not me. Yes, I understand. As the only pontoon left in Brisbane that's not been fixed after the floods, that there is a level of public interest in getting it fixed and repaired. And I'll happily get you that information, Councillor Johnston. Wouldn't that have been the response of a civic leader in this city today to stand up and answer the question and provide some information? Wouldn't that be the big thing to do rather than the petty attacking response we got earlier? So when...
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Claim to be misrepresented.
Noted.
It was a petty attacking response, and I think that's, I haven't quoted the Lord Mayor. That's my description of the Lord Mayor, I would say, so I'm not sure how he could be misrepresented. So anyway, I feel that this administration has let our city down. That is the product of several things. One, a lack of leadership and fairness in the way in which this administration invests in the necessary assets, repairs, upgrades and maintenance that are needed. It is just not being done properly or fairly around the city. Two, this LNP administration are neglecting long-term planning in certain parts of this city for political purposes. There is no way that all of that stormwater drainage upgrades that is desperately needed in Yeronga should have been removed from the LGIP, and it is a shameful act that this administration have done that. It is not good enough that we have parks and playgrounds that are 30 or 40 years old, and there is no replacement program for parks that have to be decommissioned. I've been through this over the past 5 years. Pretty much all of my Suburban Initiative Fund money goes into fixing playgrounds that the LNP has to remove because they've aged out. Pretty much every playground that we've done. And it is so sad to see the lack of investment in replacing old facilities in Brisbane. It's just, the Lord Mayor has gone and put a shade sail over the playground at Nixon Park in Oxley, and the playground is so old, I don't even know how old it is. So the Lord Mayor's put the shade sail in. I'm probably going to have to use the SEF funding to actually do the playground. And really what we needed was a 30-year-old or 40-year-old playground being replaced. So this administration is not getting this right. It is a problem because we are not seeing the necessary investment in things that need to be done. And there should be a replacement playground. There should be a replacement program for all of our assets, and there is not one. There is not one. There is not a replacement program for footpaths around the city. This council's response to managing footpaths is, well, if a resident trips over on it and hurts themselves, we'll go out, we'll whack some bitumen on it, we'll put it on a long waiting list, and in 1 to 2 years, you might get your footpath fixed. That's what's happening in Graceville in my area as we speak.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired.
Not good enough.
Lord Mayor, point of misrepresentation.
Yes, I think Councillor Johnston's confused. I didn't attack her at all before. I simply answered the question and committed to giving her more information, which was actually what she asked me to do.
Thank you. Councillor Landers.
Mr Chair, I move that the Council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Seconded.
Thank you. We have a motion for an afternoon tea break moved by Councillor Landers, seconded by Councillor Hutton. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it.
Councillors will now resume debate on the Infrastructure Committee. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, thanks, Mr Chair. And I found this a remarkable presentation and quite timely presentation to get. I think what it did for me reinforced what isn't covered under our asset management in council, under our portfolio. And for me, it's been a repeated issue over the 20 years I've been a representative in this city. The assets that we don't include in this portfolio are actually our community assets. So anything that stands on our lease sites, our 600 lease sites, 600 plus lease sites, aren't covered in this document, or largely aren't covered in this document. So that means responsibility for those assets isn't held by council and is passed on to the community facilities of the community groups themselves. And my experience with that has been that facilities are falling down. They're in a really poor state. They are, roofs are leaking. There are numerous problems with our community facilities right across the whole city. And I don't just see this as a Labor councillor, I see this just as a councillor, that this isn't good enough. Adjoining councils actually fund their community facilities, actually pay for the maintenance of their community facilities, and actually look after their buildings so that community groups can go into them and use it. And in another presentation that was last week, it was a presentation on the powerhouse. I asked whether that was regarded as a community asset or a community facility by council, and it is. So the powerhouse is an asset that we own, that is on our books here in this asset management sheet, and we look after how do we say it? We look after maintaining that asset. But with our bowls clubs, our sporting groups, our football clubs, our little RSL clubs, our scouts halls, we say we own them, but we don't look after fixing them up or keeping them to what I would regard as a good standard. So we actually do that with our community halls, which council owns and we maintain to a particular standard, but not with our other facilities. I'll give you an example. Salisbury Bowls Club is trying to make itself accessible, and yet when someone with a wheelchair went into the bathroom because the door wasn't accessible, he hit himself on the head and had to be taken away in an ambulance. Because we, as council, don't provide the same standard across the city. We don't maintain our assets at the same standard. We don't provide the same disability standard on the very assets that we say we are giving to our community. And I think something is appalling about that. Something stinks about that, because community groups, here we have community groups like the Maruka Bowls Club, we gave them an asset that they now need to find $1 million for to fix up to use. We didn't bring it up to standard. We said, here you go, it's your problem, find the money. Oh, and in the meantime, run the organisation. Bring in groups and run the organisation. Now, we haven't said that to the powerhouse. We've gone, hey, here's the building, we'll fix it up, we'll restore it, you use it, and you do wonderful things with it. Well, I think we should be doing the same thing for our community groups, the same things for our football clubs, our bowls clubs, our soccer clubs, right across the whole city, so that we are actually maintaining our assets. We are maintaining our fields, and we are providing them to a level that we should, as a city that's going towards the Olympics and the Paralympics, that we should as a city. And it's certainly, this report revealed to me, the LNP don't regard it that way. This LNP council don't regard it that way, but other councils around us do think that's the way to go. And that's what I think is the way to go. I think that's how we look after community. And the other thing I'm really tired of hearing is this constant, incessant expenditure and talk on the inner 5K. What about the rest of the city? That's where I am. That's where a number of councillors are. What about that part of the city? What about them getting a fair plug? Because they're not. They are not getting a fair plug from this council. It is fields of golds, buckets of golds for the inner city, and you get the crumbs in the suburbs. And this document, from my perspective, just reinforces and shows that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there any further debate? Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to enter the debate, and also to probably clarify a few things that have just been said in the last few minutes. Certainly the powerhouse is one of our assets, but they have the same obligations as every other one of our leased sites, in that there are agreements that are entered to about the maintenance of these particular sites. I think that it's important for us to note that there are different approaches in many of the other councils in and around where we live, but for example, it's worth mentioning that the Brisbane City Council's lessees are charged very low levels of rent for the spaces that they occupy, and council is of the understanding then that some of the funds that community organisations save in their rental payments can be directed towards the maintenance of their facilities. So we certainly think that it's worthwhile for our community organisations to enter into these leases willingly. When we go out to tender, we do reports that people who are tendering understand what the state of a particular facility is in, and then they have the option of choosing whether to tender for that facility or not. Now, through you, Mr Chair, through Mr Acting Chair, we also know that there is a lot of money that is expended around these facilities, and we really have to think about supporting these organisations, which of course we do through our Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants. We have helped many of our organisations to look after their maintenance issues, and one of those is that we think that a contribution by the organisation is also something that is worthwhile. The organisations know what is best for their facility, and we are very much about supporting those organisations through our Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grants, through the work that we do with our officers that are constantly, our sport and rec officers are constantly talking to people. They're constantly talking about other levels of funding through the state government and the federal government. Unfortunately, the federal government doesn't seem quite so willing to support some of those organisations anymore, which is a shame. But certainly this council supports the community organisations that we have out there, and we also make sure that through that we're offering the support that is necessary. The committee report was very much about presenting to people what we do. And I think it's a very good report through you, Mr Acting Chair, to Councillor Wines. Councillor Wines, I think I even learnt a few more things that I didn't know, but I do have to say that our community assets are important to the Shrina Council, and we are doing everything in our power to make sure that our community organisations are supported and that our grants are doing the things that they're necessary to help them with their maintenance issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Is there any further debate? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. So the title of the report or the presentation was "What We Do" when it comes to asset management, and I think it probably, from my mind, after listening to the presentation, I think it should have been called "What We Don't Do," and I think Councillor Griffiths covered off on that quite well, actually, especially with our community groups and organisations. It just reminded me when I was hearing the presentation about a soccer club that took on a lease in my ward that. And they thought they did an audit before they took it on, just to make sure that the building, the clubhouse, and all the rest of it was up to a standard. And but when you do an audit, you really got to spend a lot of money to have a look into the structure and other aspects of the building. And they thought they had done their due diligence until it came time to actually do the upgrades that they knew that they were going to have to do, and then they found out there was so much more. Even the light poles. Now, you would have thought that, did you have to check, 10 or 15 light poles or whatever it was to make sure that the actual structure of the light pole or the metal hadn't sort of being corroded from internally, right? And they found that three of those light poles actually had to come down and had to be replaced. Now, with a bit of arm twisting and some great help from council officers, we were able to identify 3 light poles that were not needed somewhere else, and they were able to be used in that space, so that this particular club did not have to expend their money in putting something that should have been fit for purpose before they actually took on the lease. And that's a fairly big club. They have hundreds of members, so they do have a great support, financial support from all that membership. But I worry about the smaller groups, that maybe have under 100 members that have a lease. One of my ward that I worry about a bit is the WASP Rugby Union Club, because they have been doing terrific work within the community for a number of years. They had a new clubhouse built for them, but I worry about how they are going to sustain that over the years, right? Because you get a brand new asset, and that's what we're all talking about here, that asset. But then, of course, it starts to deteriorate, of course, over years. And so much of their money that they collect is, from SUPs and things like that, really has to pay for a lot of other things, not a building as such, because that's a big impost on your finance if you have to look after buildings, especially those structural things that can happen from time to time. I mean, their water bill one year was like $40,000, and that was just for the water, right? Let alone anything else that they have to do to look after the field as well. So it just amazes me that we can actually put out for lease a building, especially to these small community groups that just don't have a lot behind them, that isn't up to standard to start with from the beginning, right? Now, we asked them to look after that asset once they sign the lease, but it really should be, it should be up to the standard that we require, right, before they sign the lease. It shouldn't come after. They shouldn't have to spend money on upgrading a facility, right, that wasn't fit for purpose before they signed the lease. And so I just wanted to say a few words in regards to what had happened in my ward, and it's been happening right around Brisbane. Thank you, Chair.
Is there any further debate? No, Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. Just in response to a couple of comments made earlier, as I said in my opening remarks, one of the reasons I brought this presentation is I had a strong suspicion that people didn't actually understand what Asset Management Branch does. That suspicion has been deeply confirmed. It's much more concerning actually than I had originally anticipated. Can I say that almost every point that Councillor Johnston made was wrong, and it's not at all relevant to the Asset Management Branch. There are some parts of the council that reflect those things. That's not this organisation. There are separate parts that do that, some of those things that she identified, but not Asset Management Branch. This is a very specific group of people who are a policy body who define a range of standards internally to ensure that other branches deliver to those standards, right? So this is a policy group. Right, not a delivery group, and the LGIP and LTIP, I know where they go, and I think Councillor Johnston can use her sleuth skills to work out which chair they belong to. Same as the standards of city assets, that probably belongs to someone else too. So I think the deeply concerning part of this is that no, people don't know. People don't know. Councillor Johnston spent 10 minutes basically saying she didn't understand the paperwork in front of her, she hadn't read it, and the best part of it...
Point of order to you, Councillor Johnston.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Noted.
I suppose the personal highlight was when Councillor Griffiths handed her the PowerPoint presentation and she said, oh, this is great, in the middle of her speech. So you really have to question how much effort was actually put into it, whether it was just a gratuitous rant against City Standards Branch, you know?
Just one moment, Councillor Wines. Can we have a little bit of quiet, please, on my left? Councillor Griffiths, I'm trying to hear what Councillor Wines is saying, and I'd appreciate just a little bit of shush. Your colleagues have kept it below a certain decibel, and I appreciate that, and I would like you to extend that courtesy to the chamber. Thank you. Councillor Wines.
I have no objection to Councillor Griffiths helping.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I just claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you. Noted. Councillor Wines.
I'm not really sure. The comment I made was that Councillor Griffiths handed Councillor Johnston the PowerPoint presentation. I don't think he objects. I find it odd that he would find that a misrepresentation of what happened. The concerning part was not that he handed it to her, but rather she had been so aggressive and assertive in her statements without understanding the content. And that is the point.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Thank you, Councillor Johnston.
And once again, I expect that the claim to be misrepresented will be misused to make, once again, a rebuttal point, a contra to the purposes of the rules of this place.
Point of order.
Councillor Johnston.
Councillor Wines is imputing motive, and I'd ask you to ask him to withdraw that.
It turns out I was right. My powers of precognition are remarkably good, it turns out.
Councillor Wines. Can we go back to the report, please?
Thank you. Also, the management of community facilities was something that we discussed at length in the committee report last week, and it was made clear that the way that an asset value is reflected is by the asset owner. Now, an asset owner, when a person has a lease, they get a property right over the land and the structures within it. So the accounting treatment here is that if a club has a lease on a field and a structure, they have the property right, effectively asset ownership of that field and structure, right? And so that just seemed to be lost there. The community facilities management, it reflects certain things that happen, but this asset management, where you see buildings, it speaks to community halls owned and run by council, libraries owned and run by council, entertainment venues owned and run by council, and City Hall. It also includes commercial car parks owned and run by council. Those facilities that are owned by council but run by a tenant, that's reflected in the tenant's asset register, right? So that's, I think, an important distinction, and that has to be addressed, that the concerns about community facilities are obligated on those who own the asset in its immediacy, not as the landlord, which we effectively are. Now, Councillor Howard hit the mark when she said that our rent is very, very low. Our rent typically is $500 a year, right? Right, so it's very, very low. Now, the community facilities, in my experience, the Brisbane City Council, now I've historically been a boundary ward, and I still have some boundary of the city, as do you, Mr Chair, and as does Councillor Davis and Councillor Landers, boundary wards. I have never seen a club leave Brisbane for Moreton Bay, ever, ever. Have I seen clubs leave Moreton Bay because Brisbane City's a better deal? Yeah, I have. In fact, quite a few times. And that's because Brisbane City actually allows clubs the freedom to determine their own future. What Councillor Griffiths leaves out of a lot of those statements that he made about how other councils intervene, no, other councils tell them what to do. Other councils control those clubs' futures wholly, where we allow our clubs to determine their own future, and a lot of them flourish. I know that you, in your own ward, have, I believe, some claim to the biggest rugby club, the biggest cricket club and the biggest soccer club in the world, or in the Southern Hemisphere, something to that effect. And that's done under this structure, under this system. Now, the framing that was presented to us about how we look after community facilities was also wrong. I've been reliably informed that in Councillor Griffith's own ward, Maruka, the Salisbury Bowls Club, as late as November last year, received $78,000 from this council to assist with ensuring that they are able to deliver the game of bowls in that community. The idea that we allow a club to sign a lease and then wash our hands, that's not true. It's not true. Even Councillor Strunk, in his own reflection today, said that a club signed a lease, there was a concern with the building. From what I understood from his comments, council corrected that. If I'm to understand, if my interpretation of what he said is correct, that council did not leave them alone, but council assisted them. And that's been my experience. Again, reflecting on your ward, Mr Chair, because we're speaking about it, I see a wonderful new facility at GPS Rugby and Valleys Cricket. Partially funded by the club and their sponsors, but significantly and substantially funded by the Brisbane City Council. So I think some of the points about community facilities management were, what's a polite word, hyperbolical and didn't necessarily stand up to scrutiny. And I think that also, as I said in my opening remarks, what asset management does in this city, what the asset management branch does in this city is not what the speakers would attribute to it. So the laundry list of concerns about things, it does actually belong in a separate part of the organisation. And once again, I recognise the ongoing efforts of Mr Bannon and his team that produce us such wonderful documents as the long-term asset management plan, which sets the framework for how assets are to be managed in the city that we own. So can I just reflect You know, when I brought this one forward because I wanted the councillors to be better informed about what the organisation does, and I hope that they are. And I hope they take a moment to read the report and to read the PowerPoint slides, which I understand should be on the SharePoint, and so they can better understand what this particular branch of council actually does.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Councillor Johnson, your 2 points of misrepresentation, please.
Yes. Firstly, Councillor Wines stated several times, in fact, that I didn't understand what I was talking about. Councillor Wines has misrepresented me because, yes, I understand when poor policy leads to bad practical outcomes on the ground.
Point of order, Mr Chair. This is a speech. This is a speech. I mean, this is a misuse of the rules, as predicted.
Councillor Wines, wait until I give you the call, please. You have a point of order.
Mr Chair, Councillor Johnson is misusing the rules again in a very cynical fashion. This is not the point of misrepresentation.
Thank you. I take your point. Councillor Johnson, can you get to the point of your misrepresentation, please?
Thank you.
I believe you've done one and you've got another one to go.
I got interrupted. I'll do the first one again and then I'll do the second one.
No, please don't warm up and do this again. Can you just get to the... Please get to the point of misrepresentation.
Well, I'm just making the point that I understand, and my point was about the practical impacts of bad policy and bad leadership by this council. That's what my speech was about.
Councillor Wines. Councillor Johnson, your second point of order, please.
Second point was Councillor Wines' outrageous statements that somehow I was engaging in an aggressive and assertive...
To the point of order, please. Come on.
Yeah, well, I have to say what the misrepresentation is, and why it misrepresented me, if that's okay.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I'm just reflecting on this morning's, quick game's a good game. Let's go. Come on. You weren't in committee. It's a personal joke. Can we please...
It's really not.
Can we please get to the misrepresentation, please? Councillor Wines.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Yes, Councillor Wines.
It's really hard to say I told you so, that clearly the misrepresentations were going to be a cynical misuse of the rules.
Councillor Wines, that's not a point of order. Councillor Johnson.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Councillor Griffiths.
I think you should apologise for clicking at Councillor Johnson. That was extremely inappropriate.
Thank you, Councillor Cassie. Councillor Johnson, please accept my apology for clicking my fingers.
Thank you. Yes, Councillor Wines indicated that I had been aggressive and assertive in my speech earlier. He's misrepresented me as I was simply speaking up for the neglect of assets in my local community.
Thank you very much. Councillor Griffiths, your point of misrepresentation, please.
I'll withdraw it.
Thank you. Thank you. We'll now put the report to the chamber. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. We'll now move on to city planning. Councillor Allen, your report, please.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Allen and seconded by Councillor Maddock that the report of the City Planning and Suburban Renewal Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Mr Chair. Just referring to the committee report from last week, item A was a committee presentation for an approved development at 1175 Sandgate Road, Nunda. The approved development site is in the Toombul Nunda Neighbourhood Plan Precinct and is close to the Nunda train station and the Nunda Village Shopping Centre. The development will rise 11 storeys and is made up of 4 basement levels, a 2-storey podium containing centre activities, a 9-storey tower and a rooftop garden. The 1175 Sandgate Road, Nunda will offer a good mix of accommodation with 84 dwellings in total, including 28 one-bedroom apartments, 22 bedroom and 11 4-bedroom apartments. Private open space areas range between 12 square metres and 77 square metres. On-site parking allows for 147 resident car parks, 21 visitor car parks and 39 commercial spaces. In addition, there will be a minimum of 116 bicycle parking spaces. The 2-level podium is home to a generous swimming pool, gym and function room, whilst other communal fields facilities include a rooftop garden, undercover barbecue facilities, sun lounge deck, a vegetable garden and composting can be found on the rooftop. The ground level offers options for retail, offices, food and beverage and a bar with operating hours of 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Further office space can be found on level 2 and comprises 3 separate offices of varying size. By featuring landscaping, shading devices to windows and balconies and solar panels, this development aligns with Council's vision as a well-designed subtropical city, and it reflects Council's buildings that breathe design guidelines. Council has approved the development at 1175 Sandgate Road as it respects the traditional village character of the main street environment, and it contributes towards the Shrinner Council's vision to preserve Brisbane's unique character and rich natural environment while catering for the ongoing rapid growth that is expected to continue for many decades. Item B was a petition requesting that Council change the name of Beckett Road, Bridgeman Downs, and I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Allen. Is there any further debate? I see no one rising. I'll now table the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Against? The ayes have it. Councillor Davis, Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, please.
Thank you, Acting Chair. Acting Chair, I move that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting of Tuesday, 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Davis and seconded by Councillor Mackay that the report of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee meeting dated Tuesday, the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Davis.
Thank you very much, Acting Chair. Last week's committee meeting presentation was on smart water meters, and it was a timely presentation given that the Bureau of Meteorology have recently indicated that we are likely to be moving into an extended dry period with possible El Nino weather conditions. Since Brisbane was last in drought, the governance of the water grid has changed. At that time, Council had a lead role to play with water security when Brisbane Water was a part of Brisbane City Council, and we managed water distribution and sewerage across the city. We're also responsible for the messaging and management of water restrictions. This has now changed, with SEQ Water taking the lead role for water security and urban utilities, now managing water distribution and sewerage, whilst also holding responsibility for the messaging and management of water restrictions. Council has, though, been ensuring that water use within our own businesses is being done sustainably. One of the ways we do this is by using smart water meters within our operations. Before smart water meters, Council relied on quarterly water bills from urban utilities to see large water usage locations. The introduction of smart water meters means Council monitors our water usage in near real time so that Council staff can react quickly to any leaks and any out-of-hours water usage. Smart water meters are essentially data loggers attached to existing water meters that upload water usage every 6 hours. This data is then sent to a web-based portal that can be viewed graphically to show water use at each site. The meters can also be configured to send an SMS or email to Council staff if there is a change in the water use pattern. We have smart water meters at all of our Council pools and several high-profile parks. We also monitor water usage at St Lucia Golf Course, as well as several bus depots and, surprisingly, some cemeteries. Overall, we have installed 95 smart meters across 55 Council assets, and that has saved the equivalent of 30 Olympic-sized swimming pools or 75,000 kilolitres of water. Some examples of water leaks that have been found and fixed included at Newmarket Swimming Pool, at Acacia Ridge Leisure Centre, the Brisbane Botanic Gardens at Mount Cootha, and at Rocks Riverside Park Play Area. We will continue to install smart water meters in our assets that have high water usage to ensure that we address high usage leaks as they occur. And I'll leave further debate to the Chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Is there any further speakers on this report? There'll be nobody get to their feet. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, we move on to the City Standards Committee. Councillor Marks.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I move that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Marx and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the City Standards Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Marx.
Yes, thank you, Mr Acting Chair. Just quickly before I get to the report, as promised this morning in committee, Councillor Johnston has a couple of questions about two particular streets in Tennyson Ward which had been suggested had been deprioritised for 2 years in a row. So I have confirmed with the team that they have been, so we're talking, and I'm not sure, I need to confirm because I wasn't given the names of the streets. So I've got Cardross Street, Yeronga-Pilly, which was carried over from 21-22, and Paragon Street, Yeronga, was also carried over for 21-22. Now, both of these streets are flagged for delivery this financial year. I understand they were delayed and we hope to get them done before the end of the financial year. The delay was due to required works associated with curb and channel that needed to be done. So what we want to do is we don't want to go out there twice, once to resurface and then a second time to do the curb and channel, because obviously the closing of the roads adds to the cost of everything. So to maximise the asset life, both of those things are going to be done at the same time. So I'm hopeful those are the streets that were referred to in committee. If not, I'm happy to take further questions. Now, getting on to the report, which last week we had a committee meeting on mosquito management. Now I'm going to do a Councillor Wines and predict what is going to be said after I read my report. It's going to be, there's not enough staff, there's not enough equipment, not enough budget, not enough treatment. Well, I'm here to say it's a shame that the whole opposition, through you, Acting Chair, weren't at that committee meeting, committee report. Councillor Cumming, I'm guessing he's still councillor. I think he is. No, he's no longer. He's actually physically resigned, so he's no longer. So I'm going to call him Peter. So Peter Cumming, at the time, who was a councillor at the time for Wynnum, attended that committee, and I did make special mention to him, if he would mention to his colleagues a couple of items that our presenter had mentioned. Unfortunately, as we now know, he's no longer with us, so he potentially didn't do that. It was all around the fact that, as we know, and we've said this many times over the 11 years I've been a councillor, and I recall it being my very first question to me as a chair of City Standards was about the mosquito management. And that was, you know, we never spend all the money we get, or we're making cuts, etc., etc. So the presenter, who is our entomologist, that we are one of the few only councils that hire an entomologist, employ one, was very clear in that they have enough staff, they have enough equipment, they're more than comfortable with the budget they have, and they didn't use all of the budget this year because it was not required. Okay, so they make the decision about when we're going to spray in the certain locations, and we have a number of locations across the city. And a councillor asked for a request of those sites for their ward, and that was given to them. Should other councillors want that, that's perfectly okay too. We're very open about where we spray. And he suggested that, no, we did not use all the budget this year. But again, as always, Lord Mayor has said, if he needs more money next year, given that there's sort of potential that we're going to we're shifting from a neutral or negative phase to do with El Nino to El La Nina and all that sort of stuff, which obviously has massive impacts on mosquitoes in various ways. He's across all that. He knows he only has to ask, and we would give him the budget to do what he needs to do in that space. And I think that was all I had to say on the matter. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Marx. Is there any further debate? I see Councillor McLaughlin.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. I rise to my feet to support Councillor Marx and applaud the work that's being undertaken in City Standards for mosquito management. And as Councillor Marx said, we're the only council in Australia that employs medical entomologists to advise council on the works that need to be undertaken, which is fantastic. I reflect on my time previously in Sydney, which is managed by numerous councils, none of which have the capacity or resources to do anything in regard to mosquito control, so they just let it go. They leave it to a state entity which does nothing. So mosquito management in Sydney is a disaster in all their wetlands area, and in great contrast, because of the area that we represent, we have the capacity and the resources to have good, proper mosquito management, and I'm pleased to see that includes the aerial treatment, and I'm pleased that a future allocation will be for a helicopter landing pad in Pinkenba, so that the area that Councillor Marks refers to where aerial treatments occur can be pre-positioned so that the mosquito control on the south side, luggage point on the south side, can be undertaken without impeding on Brisbane Airport, which is one of the issues that we've had with the current location of the mosquito control platforms. But I also reflect on, to your points, Councillor Marks, about what's been said about mosquito control in the past, and reflect on the great contributions in this place in the past by Councillor Kim Flesser, former councillor for Northgate Ward, who had a couple of policy agendas for mosquito control. One was the release of a fish known as the cane toad of the waterways, the Gambusia. That was one of his great agenda items, the release of the cane toad of the waterways, and anyone in possession of a Gambusia would be fined severely by the Department of Natural Resources. That was a clearly illegal act and an erroneous suggestion by Councillor Flesser that Gambusia would be a solution to mosquito control in the wetlands. His other great contribution, of course, was the suggestion that we put runnels or dig tunnels through the wetlands. So sort of destroy the village to save the village strategy, make the wetlands dry, and you get rid of the mosquito problem. And of course, we had a great presentation today in Councillor Davis's committee about the birds of Brisbane, including our wetland birds. And of course, get rid of the wetlands, you get rid of the wetland birds. I'm staggered to hear the statistic that there are more birds in the Brisbane area than in Kakadu, which is a consequence of the great natural environment we have, including our wetlands. And to have a suggestion that the wetlands be drained to make them dry because of a mosquito problem is just completely erroneous and a fallacy. The resources that are applied by council via the advice of our entomologists for mosquito control are right on the money. They do the right thing. They recommend aerial spraying when it needs to be undertaken, and recommend that it's not be undertaken when it doesn't need to be undertaken. Great advice, followed through to the letter, and as Councillor Marks has said, and we've always said in the past here, whatever budget is required for mosquito control will be allocated. The allocations are good. The mosquito control in Brisbane is better than anywhere else. Our surrounding councils take the advice of Brisbane City Council and rely on our advice provided back to them. And if only they could get their act together down in Sydney, that'd be fantastic too. I applaud this presentation. It's a great thing to see what we're doing currently going forward. Great to see the baton having been passed to Councillor Marks for making sure that we do the right thing into the future, Mr Deputy Chair, for mosquito control.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Is there any further debate? See no one rising. Oh, Councillor Marks. Yep, please.
Okay, thank you, Acting Chair. Well, I'm happy to be proven wrong, that my prediction was incorrect and we didn't get any of the usual opposition from the opposition. Look, can I take the opportunity to thank Councillor McLaughlin? It's always good to have a little revisit to history. Gives those of us who've been in the chamber for a little while a bit of a giggle when we get reminded of some of the ridiculously outrageous suggestions that have been put forward previously in this place and what to do and how to deal with mosquitoes. Councillor McLaughlin mentioned other councils local to us of not having the same facilities as us. He's quite right. Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner, along with Mayor Power, decided to set up a mosquito task force, of which I'm the head through for Brisbane City Council, and that was one of the very things that did come out of that very first task force, that there actually are councils surrounding us and very close to us that have no mosquito management plan. They don't have the equipment, they don't have the expertise, and they don't have the manpower. So we were more than happy, and Lord Mayor Adrian Schrinner was more than happy to share that with local councils, because as we know, mosquitoes fly, they don't know boundaries. So by us assisting our local neighbouring councils with the expertise and assistance, and obviously they can use our entomologist, which he was more than happy to give his experience and expertise to any of the local councils neighbouring to us. we're all working together as an organisation to ensure that we do get the mosquitoes. And look, the reality is, even if you got rid of every single mosquito in Brisbane, we're still getting, from the wetlands, you're still getting mosquitoes that are coming in overseas from the thing, and that's where I want a shout out to the people that work out there at the airport. They make immediate contact with us if there's any suspicion of anything, and they deal with it immediately. So again, look, on the record, big shout out to our mosquito team. They've got some awesome equipment. Lord Mayor and I have been very privileged to have a go out there and actually have a ride on some of these vehicles. Unfortunately, no one is allowed on the helicopters. That was a question asked. That's a definite no-no. So back in the day, I think Peter Cummings said at the time that he went on the helicopter some 20-odd years ago. That's no longer allowed, which is a shame, but anyway. But thank you again to everyone involved in that space, and we really, really appreciate all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Marks. I'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Councillor Howard, Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee, please.
I move that the report of the I move that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May be adopted.
Seconded.
All right, I'm taking over the world.
It has been moved by Councillor Howard and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Community Arts and Nighttime Economy Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Howard, you have the call.
Thank you. Well, before moving to the report, as usual, I want to report to the Chamber all the amazing, wonderful things that are happening right across Brisbane. Of course, we all celebrated Mother's Day on Sunday, and it was fantastic to join Councillor Davis at Victoria Park on my side of Victoria Park, the wonderful Spring Hill area. And it really was such a beautiful morning under the trees. It was before the rain started, so it was great that we were able to talk to some of the people who were there and to hear firsthand how much they appreciated these free events that we have right across Brisbane. The day before, again in Victoria Park, on Councillor Maddock's side of Victoria Park, but I claim it as mine as well, Councillor Maddock, just saying. We had Bris Sizzle and Sounds, and again, fantastic day in the park. That park is just magnificent. We are really using it to its full potential. It was a great opportunity to raise funds for the Lord Mayor's Charitable Trust. We had Bluey there, and that was great as well. And it was so good, in fact, that I went back that night to introduce the outdoor cinema for Mother's Day that was yet again held in Victoria Park. And again, fantastic to see the families out enjoying all of the wonderful free events that we have right across Brisbane. I was also privileged to represent the Lord Mayor at the opening of the Brisbane Art Design, and again this is the third iteration of the Brisbane Art Design, and I well remember Councillor Matic proudly wearing the bad t-shirt from a little while ago, and of course it's just gone from strength to strength, and so I encourage everyone to get along to the events that are in your wards for Brisbane Art Design, which of course follows Botanica, and we heard Councillor Allen talk about Botanica earlier in the day. I was also privileged to represent the Lord Mayor at the 78th anniversary of the commemoration of victory in Europe. And I think it's fitting that I should mention that this afternoon because it is the only event that is held in Australia to commemorate the Victory in Europe Day. Again, this was a turning point in the war, and it was also something that is very well represented by many of our communities across Brisbane, and something that is absolutely revered. And so I was very proud to attend yet again that wonderful commemoration of victory in Europe. I was also pleased to attend some of the Brisbane Writers' Festival events, and I went along to Underdogs, True Crime for Kids, and that was really good. I felt like one of the kids actually there, and I was able to talk to the authors, and it is again such a fantastic way for us to be supporting our local artists. It is National Volunteer Week this week, from the 15th to the 21st of May. And so I will be joining, of course, our #1 volunteers, which are our Brisbane greeters, who do the most fantastic job right across Brisbane, to thank them for all they do. But I'd like to take this opportunity to thank everyone that volunteers right across Brisbane. We also have, of course, it's under 8 week at the moment, so our libraries are having the theme about play, but we're also about to enter into our Gold Star and Little Star reading programs, and I know that this is a much loved event across all of our wards, and I know that every councillor in this chamber enjoys getting along to really support our librarians and our parents and young people, and they're so excited to get their Gold Star and Little Star. So I encourage everyone to get along to their local library when their event is happening. So moving to the committee, we had Kate Gould, who's the Chief Executive Officer and the Artistic Director of Brisbane Powerhouse, attend our committee last week and to give us a fantastic presentation on what is happening at the Powerhouse. And as we know, Brisbane Powerhouse enjoys a strong reputation nationally and internationally as the home of contemporary art and culture, and is a leader in the presentation of innovative arts practice. As the owner of the facility, Council supports the development and promotion of leading arts performances that are accessible to a variety of audiences. In May 2022, Council provided approval for additional funding for Brisbane Powerhouse to deliver their series of major outdoor projects. And these projects have included a large temporary public artwork called Kaleidoscope in August 2022, an alfresco performance space, the Pleasure Dome, which is currently installed, a night market, Night Feast, which had its first rollout in March 2023, with another schedule for October this year, and an outdoor upmarket cinema, which is soon to be launched. The attendance at the events demonstrates the enthusiasm in which these new projects have been received. Kaleidoscope had over 25,000 visitors enjoy this unique public space, and it's now gone on to tour in other cities across Australia, including Melbourne, Adelaide, Bendigo and Geelong. But we were first, so very excited about that. Night Feast welcomed over 125,000 visitors, providing $6.54 million to the Brisbane economy. And the event saw 150 jobs created, 39 artists engaged, and over 24,000 reusable glasses being washed and diverted from landfill. These activations at the Powerhouse precinct allow the people of Brisbane to access high-quality public experiences and world-class art. The Powerhouse aims to be Australia's leading arts facility, and Council is proud to support this innovative facility in delivering experiences for the Brisbane community. So I thank Kate for her presentation to our committee, and I will leave further debate to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Howard. Are there any further speakers? No. We'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillor Cunningham, Finance and City Governance Committee, please.
Thanks, Mr Deputy Chair. I move that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted.
Do we have a seconder?
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cunningham and seconded by Councillor Landers that the report of the Finance and City Governance Committee meeting dated Tuesday the 9th of May 2023 be adopted. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. Item A was the committee presentation on the Lord Mayor's Awards for Excellence. I've discussed this employee recognition program in the chamber before, and our presentation last week was about the winners from last year's program. It recognises and rewards individual employees and work groups who go above and beyond to deliver great results for our residents in Brisbane. There are 9 award categories altogether, namely customer service, working together, value for money, innovation, environmental achievement, social justice and community development, performance leadership, leadership in economic development and health and safety. The committee was walked through all the various award winners and their projects and their contribution to Brisbane. It was absolutely a timely reminder of the incredible work that our employees at Brisbane City Council do, and I recommend it to the chamber. Thank
you, Councillor Cunningham. Any further speakers to the report? Being no one standing, we'll now put the report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Councillors, can I draw your attention to the notice of motion, item 5A on the agenda? Do we have a councillor who will be moving the motion? Councillor Wines.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move I move this following motion. This council highlights its concerns about the almost $500 million in road funding that has recently been cut or deferred in the federal budget, putting at risk several projects within the City of Brisbane, the fastest growing capital city in the country. Council calls on the federal government to keep its commitment to funding critical Brisbane road projects, getting residents home sooner and safer.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by Councillor Hutton that this council highlight its concerns about the almost $500 million in road funding that has recently been cut or deferred in the federal budget, putting at risk several projects within the City of Brisbane, the fastest growing capital city in the country. Council calls on the federal government to keep its commitment to funding critical Brisbane road projects, getting residents home sooner and safer. Is there any debate? Councillor Wines.
There is. Mr Chair, may I ask my clock to be? Thank you. Mr Chair, in support of this resolution, this council is committed to a modern and efficient and safe transport system. That is a whole range, that is delivered through a whole range of ways. One of the principal ways is improving our road network. Now, our road network caters both for private vehicles and for buses. Now, the decision by the federal government to review funds that have been announced or committed to the Brisbane region and the potential cancellation of those puts a number of key projects that will materially improve the way of life for people in Brisbane in jeopardy. There is a clear and significant risk to the people in all corners of the city that projects that are in many ways safety projects and in other instances efficient road projects, they are at risk of cancellation as a result of federal withdrawal of funds. Now, let's put that into context. There's a number of projects that this council delivers on behalf of the federal government. So we discussed this last week. The Brisbane City Council is often and ordinarily a partner with the federal government to deliver a number of projects. For example, we saw Councillor Strunk turn a set of lights on in the last fortnight at Rudyard Street in Forest Lake. Now, that was a federally funded, council-delivered project. My understanding, now that's a black spot program. Typically, council receives $3 million and delivers somewhere between 3 and 5 projects a year through black spot. My understanding is there's a question mark against that funding and whether we can rely on that going into the future. There's also a question mark over our Roads to Recovery funding, which gives us a range of projects that indicate across the city. For example, Roads to Recovery has identified through federal contributions projects that may be at risk due to the federal government's halt. The Fig Tree Pocket Road, Kenmore Road intersection upgrade, the Bar Street Bridge, the Anley Road, Cornwall Street and Noble Street projects, the Blunder Road, Wallaroo Way signalisation, the Butterfield Street and Aberley Road projects, the Dandenong Road, Sirocco Street and Central Avenue projects, the Wynnum Road and Hamilton Galpa Road signalisation, and the Wynnum Road and Murray Recreation Reserve access signalisation. Those are the Roads to Recovery projects that are now in jeopardy as a result of this determination. There's a project that we have discussed from time to time in this place called the Lyndham Road Safety Project. Now, Lyndham Road crosses the rail line near Lyndham Station, services a whole range of things in the border of Doughboy and Wynnum Manly wards. Council 18 months ago, a year ago to 18 months ago, did some work on the existing crossing to make it safe in response to 2 fatalities, one by a motorist, one by a pedestrian at that crossing. Council has been ongoing in its work to find what we call a perpendicular solution so that we can make that road straight so that a motorist has the shortest possible journey across the road, making it much safer for motorists. In that particular project, Council has engaged at length with DTMR. Council has bought land. We've actually compulsorily resumed land in some instances to prepare for this project. As a result of this determination by the federal government, that project is at risk. I heard the Leader of the Opposition when I said that there are road projects in the city and in jeopardy. He said there's no work being done in the far north side. Well, there is, but there may not be, because the Beams Road project has been clearly called out by the federal government as being one for potential cancellation. Now, I think that it's important that we reflect on what the Beams Road project is. It's a vital upgrade to that corridor to make sure that the state's work at the Opal level crossing is at all worthwhile. Right? And I know that, or I suspect that Councillor Cassidy supports that project because he did a fetching little video with Annika Wells some time ago saying that the Beams Road level crossing just down there, which project has been secured through federal funds and council funds as well. Well, at this point, if the federal government withdraws potentially $41 million from the project, it's unlikely that council will be able to cover that shortfall. Now, that being said, we're not sure how much that project will cost just yet because the tender process is being assessed. So we actually have received tenders, and that brings me to my next point. So all those projects are at risk, right? And I hope that I painted a picture that it's in all corners, whether it be Lindum in the far east, Beams in the far north. I believe the Kenmore Road funding is as good as gone, from what I can tell. So in the west, and there's other, so all points of the compass are just going to see cuts. Now, the point is that there are fatalities at Lindum. That's why we did the work in response to that, so that doesn't happen again. There is potential risk, and there's a new high school of some, actually new, I think, P to 12 school going out there that they anticipate having 1,500, 2,000 children on Beams Road, which we also have to address. There's a cycleway project as part of that work. Now, Beams Road, it has been called out as potentially a project for cancellation through this government's halt on works. The issue is they are saying that projects that have yet to commence are in jeopardy. So the Moggle Road works, as they are today, are not in jeopardy because they have significantly begun, and that is hopefully reassuring. But in Beams Road, we have resumed land. We have done underground services. We've done extensive design work. We have purchased all of the drainage required, and it's sitting in a pile on Telegraph Road at Bracken Ridge waiting to be put in the ground. We have consulted extensively. We've bought land off the Department of Energy. We've bought land off the state government's economic development body. We have spent $9 million to get to this point now where we have received 3 active tenders to deliver the project. And it's at this point that the federal government advised us that that project is in jeopardy. Now, all of these projects, it's important to remember this. Council has an extremely high capacity to deliver, but does not have a significant revenue source so as to cover projects of this size. Conversely, the federal government has a huge amount of income and a relatively limited ability to deliver. So when we work together, we can achieve great things. And we have achieved great things. So what we're doing today is we're calling on the federal government to maintain the funding stream. Because in all sincerity, if these projects are cancelled, there is not an ability to cover the shortfall. We do not have, and remember with Beams Road in particular, I'll stay on this project because it is a significant one. The federal government in the original undertaking offered us 100% of the funding. That will no longer be the case. And there's a potential risk that this council will have spent $9 million in anticipation of their federal support, and we see almost none of that. So very much left holding the baby on this one. And I think it's really sad and disappointing that the new government's commitment to cutting projects just because they occur predominantly in Liberal-held electorates, I think is exactly the sort of spirit that they criticised when they criticised the Urban Congestion Fund for being hyper-partisan. Well, clearly their decisions to cancel it must also be equally hyper-partisan. There's no other way to really interpret that. So, but I have to call upon Councillor Cassidy and his associate, Ms Annika Wells, and save the Hanscombe Road intersection upgrade, because right now it appears to be off. And I would be very surprised if he was comfortable with that. Now, I know that he's got a deep commitment to the Labor Party, but I hope his commitment to his community and for safe and efficient roads in his community is stronger. And that's what we're calling for today. We're calling for the ability to maintain the project work that we've begun, the ability to build a safe and efficient road network across the city for all people, for all users, whether they be in public transport, private transport, cyclists or pedestrians. And that at this 11th hour on some projects, that the federal government would intervene this way is really hurtful and will really be to the detriment of some people. And nobody wants, well, I hope no one wants to do that, and that we're able to come to an agreement about what's still left and be able to deliver an excellent ongoing road program together.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. Is there further debate?
Chair. Oh, sorry. You going? Okay.
Councillor Adderman.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak in support of the motion highlighting our concerns about a potential $500 million cut in federal funding for projects in Brisbane. This neglect of Australia's fastest growing capital city is an outrage, but shouldn't come as any surprise. It smacks of politics and has Labor's fingerprints all over it. Whether it's Mark Bailey at a state level or the Albanese government, Labor clearly has no interest in the infrastructure needs of the western suburbs, and the Kenmore roundabout is just another example of that. Let me remind the Chamber of the sad, sorry story of the proposed upgrade of this roundabout. The previous federal member for Ryan, Julian Simmons, secured $12.5 million for the upgrade, which led to Minister Bailey kicking and screaming to the table to match it. But it all went south from there. The state government ran a take-it-or-leave-it consultation, asking residents if they'd like a traffic light managed solution. To nobody's surprise, residents overwhelmingly rejected that proposal. There was no alternative solution, such as an overpass, offered. It was traffic lights or nothing, suggesting that the Transport Minister was wishing it to fail. Instead of heeding the feedback from the consultation and developing an alternative solution, Minister Bailey announced that the state government was going to redirect its $12.5 million towards a bikeway on Moggle Road, which will do nothing to alleviate traffic congestion or improve safety. And now the great mystery in my community is what happened to the federal government's $12.5 million contribution. The silence from the federal Greens member has been deafening, which can only mean one thing. If Mrs Watson-Brown knows, she's not saying that, or she has no idea or doesn't care. Questions to her about this have gone unanswered, nor has she given any indication that she would even investigate. What concerns me and my community is that the only thing that we've heard from her when Minister Bailey announced the ditching of the Kenmore roundabout upgrade was, and I quote, a positive step, all of which is a very ominous sign. Deputy Chair, Mrs Watson-Brown has failed her first big test by not fighting for the retention of this funding to help alleviate traffic congestion and improve safety at the Kenmore roundabout. I get that the Greens have zero influence in the House of Representatives, which is why she's out there promising the world. A new high school one day and a community centre the next, knowing that she can't and doesn't have to deliver. But to not even go into bat for the retention of the federal funding for the Kenmore roundabout, which is in her sphere of responsibility, is something that we won't let the voters of Ryan forget at the next federal election. In the meantime, traffic congestion at the Kenmore roundabout continues to get worse. And all we have to look forward to is Minister Bailey's thought bubble of converting Moggill Road into a cycleway, which will lead to even greater traffic congestion. Deputy Chair, the reality is my residents still need to travel by vehicle, whether it's to work, to schools or to the shops. To its credit, the Shrinner Council is doing what it can on the section of Moggill Road that we administer. Through the upgrade of the Indooroopilly roundabout, we are taking the necessary actions to make residents' travel times as short as possible. But it could have been so much better if we had a federal and state government who would put politics aside and join with us in helping improve conditions and lifestyle for residents in the outer western suburbs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Adam. Further speakers, Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I rise just to speak briefly on the motion. Look, the big problem, well, the Lord Mayor and the Deputy Mayor aren't here to start with, but the big problem with what the LNP is doing now is that they are attempting to create this idea that the bad federal government is to blame for their own failure to deliver on a number of projects that council is actually responsible for. And the political gamesmanship of the LNP is really inappropriate, I think, in the scheme of what's going on here. This LNP administration has failed to deliver on its own budget commitments, whether that's in the area of road resurfacing, new road projects, road upgrades, pedestrian safety upgrades. Every single street in my ward of Tennyson Ward is a council street. We haven't seen any traffic calming for 15 years. We haven't been able to get pedestrian refuges other than through the suburban enhancement funds. We can't get traffic lights upgraded at dangerous intersections. We can't get Venner Road resurfaced where Jeff Copeland died just walking home after his walk. There are so many projects that this government is responsible for that they have failed to deliver. And the only thing motions like this do is send a clear message to the community that this LNP administration is not responsible for its actions. It wants to hide behind the politics of big party politics rather than get on with the job and deliver services and improvements to local residents. It is a joke, I think, when I see motions like this come forward, given the level of neglect in road funding by council in Tennyson Ward. There are so many projects that need doing. It will take decades for it to be done in my community. I mean, the Graceville Five Ways intersection is on the LGIP. It should be done about now. I doubt it'll ever get done. Council cancelled a bunch of other road projects in my ward. We're trying to get green turning arrows at intersections where traffic banks back for multiple turns. And we just need to improve safety for pedestrians, cyclists and for drivers. And this LNP administration has just fundamentally failed. And it doesn't want to talk about its responsibilities because of the level of failure in delivery of their own budget. And it's just staggering to see. Obviously, over the last few weeks, I've been raising issues around resurfacing of Oxley Road. And we've heard both the Lord Mayor and the City Standards Chair stand up and say, I think the language is, that it doesn't meet the standards for intervention. I mean, Oxley Road's been flooded multiple times. It's literally glued back together. It's got grass growing up out of it. The Graceville section of Oxley Road is in even worse state. I've actually taken Councillor Marks out there several years ago and it's still not been fixed. It is still not been fixed. It's actually still worse. It is just staggering to see the inaction and neglect by the LNP administration, and the best they've got to cover up their own failures is to jump up and try and blame the federal Labor government. You have been in office for too long. You have forgotten that you are here to serve the people of Brisbane and deliver fairly on improvements to meet the needs of our city, and you are absolutely not doing that. Instead, this LNP administration has only one tool left in the toolkit, and that's to play pathetic party politics. You know, the good news is, out my way, there's no impacts on what they're talking about because there's never any projects being done out my way anyway. But I know that this LNP administration has pork-barreled for years and years and years. And it has failed to actually deliver on the projects that we need here in the city. And the decisions that they are taking, for example, what is the additional cost of putting 2 restaurants onto a green bridge? I mean, that probably would fix the Graceville Five Ways intersection, or put the refuges in around Graceville State School that we've been asking for, or get the turning lanes at the corner of Venner Road and Ipswich Road, you know, where people have died. I mean, God help us, we wouldn't want to do some work, would we, if, you know, someone dies? I mean, that would be a good initiative, is to put some safety improvements in place. But no, this LNP administration's ignoring that, but they want to jump up, play politics and bash the Albanese government. Well, I think it's pretty pathetic myself. This administration needs to deliver what it says it will do as part of its budget, and it's not doing that. There are at least 3 road resurfacing projects in my ward that have not been delivered. They were rolled over from last year, and I don't reckon they're going to get delivered this year either. This is basic resurfacing. This council can't even get that right. I think you should be concentrating, I think the LNP councillors running the city should be concentrating on delivering for our city in line with our responsibilities as councillors, instead of playing juvenile political games like this motion does.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Is there further speakers? Councillor Landers.
Deputy Chair, I rise to speak on this motion as I have a critical road project in my ward at Bracken Ridge, and Councillor Wines has referred to it, and I previously have in the chamber. It is a fantastic upgrade that is proposed and that was committed to by the federal government after our local federal MP Luke Howarth lobbied to get this project done under the Urban Congestion Fund. And the community is very excited about this, as it is a very important project, and will actually link up and support the state government's Beams Road overpass if and when that gets done. So it is critical that these 4 lanes support that. We did do extensive community consultation. We actually listened to the community on this, and there were changes made to the final project. And it has some great features that are going to improve the safety, but also connectivity. One of the main things that is being done is the upgrade of the Dorval Road intersection with traffic lights, including pedestrian crossings, and there have been nearly 30 accidents in that area. And so obviously it is a critical project that we would like to get done. And there are going to be 4, go from 2 lanes to 4 lanes along this corridor. There is going to be widening in the culverts and constructing a new shared path underpass at Cabbage Tree Creek. Now, this is not only important for the new Holy Spirit school that's built there, but also St Flannan's in Councillor Cassidy's ward to improve the safety of children on their way to and from school. The upgrading of the traffic lights at the intersection with Hanford Road, I know Councillor Cassidy would be hoping will go ahead because this will provide dedicated left turn lanes as well as improve that safety and connectivity. And the installation of pedestrian activated signalised crossings throughout the corridor to improve people walking and riding. There's also traffic lights at the intersection of Cowie Road to improve safety for all road users, and that will include U-turn facilities for residents on the other side of the street, and the upgrading and installing new shared paths throughout the corridor to improve the connectivity for people, in particular for riders, and widening the curbside lanes throughout the corridor for active transport users. And I know that Councillor Cassidy supports this project, as Councillor Wines referred to before. So too does the member for Lily, who spoke about it while she was in opposition. So I'm hoping that now that she's in government, she will advocate for this project, because as they said on Facebook, we know this is going to deliver a great outcome for the community, less congestion and more jobs here on the north side. So I do hope that you will support this motion, Councillor Cassidy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Landers. Councillor Cassidy.
Oh, thanks, Deputy Chair. I've been listening carefully to the speakers from the LNP side during this debate and to the Lord Mayor's contribution on this issue during question time, and not one of them has produced any evidence to suggest that these projects that they've been rattling off are being cut or are being delayed, or they've had any correspondence whatsoever at all. It's quite clear this is just a line of political attack against the federal Labor government. I get that. That is what they're trying to do here. I understand that. But if we're actually talking about specific projects and you know, specific instances where the federal government has come to council and said this particular project or that particular project is going to be cut, then that's a different thing. But at the moment we've just got Councillor Wines getting up and saying it's the vibe. He's sort of getting a vibe out of something here that maybe this project and this the Lindham and maybe the Beams Road project will be cut. He's not sure, he doesn't know, but he sort of gets a bit of a feeling in his waters that something might be happening. So there's nothing that the LNP have put on the table today to suggest that this motion is real. It's just a fake motion, to use their language. It's a fake motion, trying to concoct some political narrative, I guess, of the LNP actually standing up for Brisbane, which is quite laughable. The federal government, from what I have seen, what's been reported, have engaged a 90-day independent external review of those projects. And there's no predetermined list of anything to be cut. They're going to take the advice of that independent external review and have a look at that. Sure, when that happens, and if there are some recommendations out of that which affect Brisbane, we should have a look at that. But I suppose the broader context of this is that the federal government inherited $1 trillion in debt from the Liberals. $1 trillion in debt, in public debt, from the Morrison Liberal and National Party government.
Councillors, please.
So $1 trillion in debt, and they're not supposed to look at every single project that the Liberal National Party... And we know how they operated. We remember Bridget McKenzie's colour-coded spreadsheets for infrastructure funding. So we know that. That's well on the record for the corruption that went on there. In terms of allocating funding, we know that the Morrison government allocated $650 million to car parks, commuter car parks, which none were delivered. Not one single one was delivered. So I guess, you know, when you look at it objectively, a review's probably not a bad thing. To look at this, a review's probably not a bad thing. But this is the third meeting in a row now where the Lord Mayor didn't. He put his name to it, but he has gone at 4:30 during the council meeting. But just wanting to point the finger at everyone else and to reflect on everybody else, every other level of government, but not bring anything proactive to the council chamber. You look at the E&C, you know, items over the last 3 weeks. The 3 weeks ago it was a fancy restaurant on a bridge. Last week was a simple contract about quarry products. There's a couple of small amendments and contracts today. So his big, bold vision for Brisbane isn't here. It's nowhere to be seen. He doesn't have one. But what the LNP are bringing are motions just attacking everyone else to blame and complain. That's the LNP way here. So we know from a bit of what Councillor Wines has said and Councillor Adamman as well about the mess that council's finances and projects are in. So Councillor Wines has said they want to do all these projects, but Councillor Wines has said the LNP Council wants to do a whole lot of projects. They've got a long list of projects, but they have no money to do it. and they're all council projects, you know, simple council road projects. Big long list of council projects which are council responsibility, and the LNP have no money to do them. But we've got another project which they often say, the LNP often says it's not their responsibility, the Metro. They often say that's the state government responsibility, but they're going to do it anyway, and that's $2 billion. So it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that the motives of this are all politics and not in any way about a good policy outcome. And it's pretty rich to hear the LNP talk about cuts in projects because the Lord Mayor is the king of cuts and the king of deferrals when it comes to shifting monies, you know, when it comes to blowouts on his inner city projects, where he had to go and borrow an extra $400 million in November last year to plug a black hole in the Metro project and the Kangaroo Point Bridge. You know, he should watch out in throwing stones in glass houses, because they cut active transport projects in the suburbs of Brisbane, they cut park projects in the suburbs of Brisbane, they slashed community funding and tried to cover that with a rebrand in the last couple of years. So the LNP have great form in cuts to community projects. And those things weren't as a result of any independent reviews, they were just the result of political decisions that the Lord Mayor and his civic cabinet made. So I think it's pretty evident today and the last couple of weeks that the LNP are out of steam when it comes to governing, and they think now their best approach is to just play politics with these council meetings. So instead of talking about what they should do, we had a bit of a debate around this just earlier, listening along, what should be funded in the upcoming council budget? What should the Lord Mayor's vision for Brisbane be? Maybe he would talk about rates relief for families doing it tough, maybe restoring the Norman Park ferries we've heard earlier today, maybe introducing organic recycling to remove 80,000 tonnes of organic waste from council's landfill and addressing climate change, maybe concessions for community housing providers to deliver social and affordable housing in the suburbs of Brisbane, and investing in safe active transport, which we'll be discussing soon, not something that the LNP brings to council on a council road. But they don't do that. They don't do the work of our city, they just blame and complain. That's all the LNP in here do. So the Lord Mayor should just start doing his job, Deputy Chair. Instead of just bringing these motions to council, when you look at the agenda of council each and every week, it is threadbare. The Lord Mayor can be an advocate on these other issues when he does his work right. That's what you would expect. But when he's not getting the basics right and not doing the job of the Lord Mayor of Brisbane, it's a bit rich. It's a bit rich when all he does then is complain about other levels of government. So he should just get on with delivering the basics out in the suburbs of Brisbane. If there was something, again, of substance to this, if Councillor Wines or Councillor Landers or Councillor Adderman actually had something of substance instead of just sort of the vibe of the thing, we might engage on this and support this today. But this is clearly just a political stunt and it's not something we'll be supporting today. It's a review, as I said, an independent review, a 90-day review, so that will be evident quite soon. I'm not sure what the LNP are afraid of when it comes to those kinds of independent reviews. I'm not sure.
Councillor Wines, please. Councillor Wines. Councillors, you are heard in silence. Please extend the courtesy. Councillor Cassidy.
So if it was all legit funding and the project stacked up, why would they be cut?
That's exactly what I'm asking.
Yeah, so why have this debate?
But we'll ask if that's your attitude.
But we don't know. You could be lying.
Councillors, I remind you, if you're going to address other councillors in the chamber, it's to be done through the chair. Councillor Cassidy, you have the call.
Yeah, so from what I understand, this is about ensuring that there's value for money. And that's a pretty simple, basic proposition. When there is a structural deficit of $40 billion in the federal budget that was left by the Liberals, $1 trillion in debt left by the Liberals for an incoming government to deal with, there's some very tough decisions that have to be made. And if...
Councillor Cassidy, please continue.
And an independent review will be conducted. So where was the independent advice? I'll take the interjections. Where was the independent advice in cutting the North Brisbane Bikeway, for instance? Or the independent advice in not investing, because this council doesn't have any money, in suburban projects, not investing in cyclist safety upgrades on Nudgee Road? Where was the independent advice about all those things? This is clearly just political, Deputy Chair. If it wasn't, if it was genuine, we would engage on a deeper level, but how can you? They've just come in here and said, well, maybe this project and maybe that project, and the federal government's going to cut here and going to cut there. There's no evidence. It's a fake motion. They're just making it up as they go, and they clearly have no ideas of their own. They clearly have nothing of their own. All they talk about week in, week out is to complain and blame other levels of government. It's quite embarrassing.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there any further speakers? Councillor Mackay.
Thanks, Chair. I rise to speak on the motion. First of all, an earlier speaker said the Lord Mayor is not in the chamber. It's important to note he's currently in a meeting. Secondly, this is fun, Councillor Wines. I'm just going to read a part of the motion here. It says, Council calls on the federal government to keep its commitment to funding critical Brisbane road projects. The Leader of the Opposition started off by saying, there's no proof. There's no proof this is happening. And then he, at the end of it, he's justifying it. There's $1 trillion of debt. Of course it's going to happen. He knows it's coming, and he's trying to figure out how to get out of this little one, isn't he, Councillor Wines? So I'm just going to reiterate. I was just going to go with the evidence thing, but now he's admitting defeat, so I don't know. So I'll just say that on the 1st of May 2023, the federal government announced a 90-day independent review into its infrastructure investment program. Now let's go back to the first bit. Council calls on the federal government to keep its commitment to funding critical Brisbane road projects. Get it? The government noted a commitment to projects already in construction, but this means that there are still plenty of projects publicly committed to already, which, based off the limited information we have right now, may not be delivered pending this review. Back to the motion. Council calls on the federal government to keep its commitment to funding critical Brisbane road projects. So you get where I'm going with that. There's evidence to say it's possibly not going to happen. Anyway, I stand before you to discuss a matter of great concern for the residents of Fig Tree Pocket. For years, the Fig Tree Pocket on-ramp to the Centenary Freeway has been in dire need of an upgrade. Vehicles back up through Fig Tree Pocket for kilometres along Fig Tree Pocket Road, waiting to get onto the freeway. Cyclists, therefore, do not have a space or safety when this occurs, and this can cause dangerous situations. It was Julian Simmons, our dedicated former federal representative, who tirelessly worked to secure the much-needed funding commitment for this project and other upgrades in the Division of Ryan from the Morrison government. His commitment to improving our infrastructure was... the interjection was they're all gone.
Councillors. Councillors. Councillor Mackay.
Chair.
Councillor Mackay, just one moment. Councillor Johnson, can we please extend courtesies? Thank you. Councillor Mackay, you have the call.
Chair, I made a note this afternoon at 1:48. A certain councillor says you shouldn't be attacking people who aren't in the chamber.
Councillor
and
Mackay,
guess what just happened?
Can I draw you back to the motion, please?
Oh, thanks, yeah. So it was Julian Simmons' commitment to improving our infrastructure that was commendable. Had the former government won the election, this upgrade that I'm talking about would have proceeded. However, it is with disappointment that I note the recent decision made by the Albanese federal government to cut funding for road projects, including the Fig Tree Pocket on-ramp. This decision not only hampers the progress we were making towards enhancing our system out there, but it also disregards the needs and safety of our community. Furthermore, it is disheartening to note that the current federal Greens member has not supported the people of Fig Tree Pocket in their quest for improved infrastructure. And I note that I just got a scoff from the current Greens member, councillor here. In a time where collaboration and support are essential, it's disappointing to see our representative fall short in representing our local concerns. I have not seen one piece of evidence suggesting the federal Greens member supports upgrading the Fig Tree Pocket on-ramp. Note, this is the same federal rep who posted on Facebook yesterday about the Moggle Road upgrade, which is fully funded and proceeding nicely. Let me quote, if I could wave my magic wand to fix the transport infrastructure in the city, this cursed and immensely costly project that does nothing to increase public and active transport options would disappear in a puff of smoke. I hope the promised safety upgrades benefits materialise, end quote. It's cursed, it does nothing, shame on you. I say to the current federal member, you do not reflect the wishes of our residents. The Victory Pocket on-ramp upgrade is not merely, more laughing from the Greens councillor, obviously the Greens don't support road upgrades, and I guess that's just amusing.
Councillor Massey, Councillor Mackay, you've got the call. Back to the motion, please.
Thanks. It's about ensuring the safety and efficiency of our roads. It's about providing a smoother commute for the residents of Victory Pocket. It's about reducing congestion and enhancing connectivity to the wider region. These are matters that affect the daily lives of our community members, and their voices deserve to be heard. Not only does this decision impact commuters, but it has significant consequences for the local community. The Victory Pocket on-ramp is not merely a piece of infrastructure, it represents an essential lifeline for residents, businesses and emergency services. By removing this vital connection project, the government is directly affecting the lives and livelihoods of countless individuals who rely on efficient transportation for work, education and accessing essential services. And Chair, I've got to tell you, I was really upset when I listened to Councillor Wines, because he mentioned to me that there's another upgrade in Victory Pocket, the proposed Roads to Recovery program remaining 2022-23 contribution supporting the Victory Pocket Kenmore Road intersection upgrade, $8.1 million, now in jeopardy. That's unbelievable. This is something that Julian Simmons first got funding for back in 2018, I believe, and I thought this was locked in, and now I'm getting told that it's at jeopardy. It's unbelievable. And it's, Chair, through you, it's important for the current councillor to know that even the State Greens member wants this to proceed. So hopefully we get some action from him to petition or advocate to the federal government. I can't hear you. What was it?
Councillor Mackay.
I do pay a lot of attention to the Greens because I think that your outlook on life is a real worry.
Councillors.
It's a real worry when the federal member gets elected on 30% and the federal member for Brisbane gets elected on 25% of the primary vote. That is a worry. Moreover, the funding cut sends a distressing message about the government's priorities. Investing in infrastructure, including road intersection upgrades, is crucial for economic growth, and by neglecting these essential projects, the government is inhibiting progress and stifling opportunities for our communities to thrive. I don't want to hear the old argument about how building roads doesn't fix congestion, because that's not what this is about. This is about making it easier for cars to flow and to provide safe access to the freeway bikeway. It's not a new road. While we face setbacks to the federal government's decision and the lack of support from our current representative, it's important for us, the sensible Australians, to remain resilient and united and to call on the government to help ease the congestion at this bottleneck. In conclusion, I urge Victory Pocket residents to speak up and demand our concerns be heard. Let us call upon the federal government to reinstate funding for this on-ramp project, and may the Greens campaign against it.
Thank you, Councillor Mackay. Are there further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Councillor Wines.
Councillor Strunk, sorry, your microphone.
I thought I
Thank
hit
you.
the button. There we go. I've got one of those voices, I probably don't need it. Anyways, Councillor Wines knew I was going to stand up, and after he sort of listed one of those projects that was under threat, and it is only threat, this is just speculation, right? And that was the upgrade of the Woolaroo and Blunder Road intersection for a set of lights, which my community of Duandella has been fighting for years, right? This is really scaremongering. There is no list. It's everything's under review. And why did you select that particular one? I wonder. Maybe just to get maybe to get me to stand up and talk about it, I suppose. Anyways, if we have a look at the federal budget, right, roads to recovery funding really hasn't changed into the forward estimate. So I don't know what Councillor Mackay was talking about. Roads to recovery, you know, if you look at the budget papers, right, there's a very slight decrease, very slight, if you have a look at the overall funding, and through the forward estimates goes back up anyways. So and then I noticed a new item, of course, in there, which is called, of course, Southeast Queensland City deal. all new money. And guess what's included in that? The Green Bridge, Kangaroo Point Green Bridge. Hello, hello, there's some new money. Of course, you don't mention that. That doesn't fit into your narrative, right? Of scaremongering and just trying to play politics with this whole funding issue. So, I can assure you, if you cut the funding, if you do not fund, as you have said in this chamber on many occasions, about 4 intersections that were to be upgraded in my ward, especially that one, Willaroo Way, I tell you what, the vote for you will go down to 0, and including the Lord Mayor's vote too, I'll tell you, because that community, right, knows that it's your responsibility to fund it, not the federal government's. It's a city, it's a council road. And they have been fighting for years. And if you use supposed cuts to funding, right, as an excuse from the federal government and not fund that upgrade, I'll tell you what, you will actually rue the day that you ever did that, because I can assure you that community at Duandella will hold you to task. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Strunk. Are there any further speakers? I see no one standing. Councillor Wines, right or reply?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, I'll reflect on the last speaker first. I 100% agree with Councillor Strunk that that intersection should be upgraded, but the funding for the project is at risk. Now, I want to do it, but you can't do it without money. It's quite frankly the case. So, if you reflect upon the comments of Councillor Strunk and his commitment to that intersection and therefore his community, he should be voting with us to defend. You've got to reflect on the resolution in front of us. It is calling for the federal government to maintain its current arrangements. That's all. That's all. And if Councillor Strunk believes what he just said, then he should be with us on this, defending what we have, because that's effectively what we're doing. Is we're trying to defend our existing position to be able to deliver projects that are already in train. That is the sum total of this. Also, a note that from Councillor Strunk's comments about the city deal. Well, my understanding is the city deal is under review as well. So it's a pretty grim picture. That is the point. That is the point. Well, Councillor Strunk.
Councillors, please. Councillor Wines. My
understanding is that arrangements made by the previous government won't necessarily be honoured, is the way I understand it. And so the city deal is in jeopardy. Wallaroo Way Road and Blunder Road intersection is on this list of projects. Now, what we're doing now is, in a period where there is a review of the projects, we as a council are voting. I'm calling on people in this room to vote to call on the federal government to defend the status quo funding arrangement. Yep. To be able to deliver on projects that we've already materially begun through design and consultation, through land acquisition and through acquisition of materials go into the projects, and also because there's an expectation once you get to these points that these things will be delivered, as well as underground services, which we've already done in a lot of places. So it's a pretty tough pill to swallow that we've, as I say, we've spent $9 million on Beams Road doing underground services, land resumption and the purchase of drainage, right, on the understanding the federal government would provide funding for this project that we're only doing because they asked us to. Right? Right? And so now, I mean, I can, if I were to read between the lines, I would say that Councillor Strunk's level of confidence around Wallaroo Way would indicate roads to recovery, that the Labor councillors have already got the indication roads to recovery is fine and Beams Road's gone. And Councillor Cassidy's already preparing to pin the blame on someone other than the people who are to blame, which are the people who contracted us to deliver it for them. So I find that deeply concerning that that's the indication we're getting from the Labor leader here, and that the Labor Party is prepared to walk away from the Northsiders. It's really sad, Mr Chair. I think it's important that the residents of Brisbane reflect on this. The Shrinner Council and the councillors here are committed to making your life a little bit easier every day and a little bit better, so that you're not stuck in traffic every day, so that your trip on the bus is a little bit better, so that when you get home, it's a nicer setup around the outside shopping streets, and the playgrounds and public spaces just a little bit nicer. And the Labor Party turns its back on that. And that's what we're talking about. We're asking them not to turn their back. We're asking them to stick with us so that we can continue to deliver an improvement way of life for the people of Brisbane. I see that the councillors opposite believe in these projects, and therefore if they believe in them, they should be with us and they should be voting yes. I know Councillor Johnston named a number of projects she'd like done. Well, the likelihood of those occurring if council is required to cover the money that was promised to us, that was pledged to us by the federal government, and they're not provided by them, if we have to cover things that we've already commenced on the understanding that they were going to pay for them, that list of things she wanted goes further away. So I would ask that if she was serious about those things she listed, she should also be voting with us. It's pretty simple. To vote aye is to vote for a better way of life and an incremental improvement over time for all residents. And to vote no is to put party loyalty ahead of the community. It's that simple. And as a result of that, I'm calling on all councillors, please support this resolution now. Councillor Cassidy asked, why are we doing this when we have no evidence? Well, the evidence is that a formal review into the funding arrangements has been announced. A number of projects have been named and called out, including Beams Road, by federal bureaucrats to our own council officers. And we now, in the review process, are putting our flag in the ground to say we need this work done. We need this work done. I don't share Councillor Cassidy's confidence that Mr Albanese will just work it out and everything's going to be great. I don't share that. And I question whether he really should think that as well. Because from every indication I've got, Beams Road's in serious jeopardy because of the removal of federal funding. So just reflect on that. Your vote reflects, all councillors' votes reflect their commitment. To vote in support is to vote for a better way of life for all people in Brisbane, and to vote no is to not do so.
Thank you, Councillor Wines. I'll now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Seconded.
We have division called by Councillor Landers and Councillor Hutton. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please ring the bells. Clerks, can you please read the result?
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 4 against and 2 abstentions.
The ayes have it. Thank you. Councillors, before we move on to item 5B, can I please acknowledge former councillor Matthew Burke in the gallery? Welcome back to the chamber, Matt, as a civilian. Right, okay, councillors, we're going to move on. Councillors, I draw your attention to the notice of motion at item 5B on the agenda. Councillor Cassidy, can you please read your motion?
Yes. I move that this council notes with sadness the recent fatality of a cyclist on Nudgee Road at Hendra and commits to enacting any and all safety improvements on Nudgee Road to ensure safety for all road users.
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier that this council notes with sadness the recent fatality of a cyclist on Nudgee Road at Hendra and commits to enhancing any and all safety improvements on Nudgee Road to ensure safety for all road users. Councillor Cassidy, you've got the call.
Thanks very much, Deputy Chair. First of all, I would like to place on record Labor's sincerest condolences to the family of Philip Pawsey, who passed away last week. This tragic incident on Nudgee Road last week saw a life taken, family and friends shattered, and a community asking why. Our thoughts are with those who are suffering through this loss at the moment. The LNP's track record of inaction of cyclist safety across Brisbane is nothing short of shameful. Too often, the Lord Mayor and his administration have refused to act on cyclist safety across the city. They've slashed projects in recent months, like the North Brisbane Bikeway, making our roads less safe for all users. Residents have presented 2 separate petitions to Council, one in 2020 and the most recent in January 2022, calling for action on Nudgee Road. The most disappointing part of each of these responses is that neither responded to the issues raised. The responses outlined why Council couldn't do anything, that it would be difficult, it would be costly, it would be complex, or that there was no funding allocated. Sounds familiar. They also blamed a state government manual, or that it would be inconvenient for motorists who would lose some on-street parking. It's been reported there have been previous incidents at this intersection, the intersection where this fatality occurred, with cyclists being taken to hospital. In the last 10 years, my understanding is there's been 26 incidents with cyclists on Nudgee Road. 17 have resulted in hospitalisations, and now there has been a death, and that's one too many. Simply announcing new green bridges like the Kangaroo Point Bridge does not let the LNP off the hook when it comes to providing safe cycling infrastructure across the rest of our city and the 190 suburbs that make up Brisbane. Cyclists should not fear for their lives when commuting for whatever reason, whether it's for work, exercise, or just to get around their communities. Brisbane deserves an administration that will do the heavy lifting when it comes to the real delivery of safe and accessible active transport options on council roads. Council should be conducting a thorough investigation following this incident and proactively coming up with solutions. There will of course be an ongoing police investigation and potentially further investigations, maybe something like a coronial inquest. But one thing is clear, one thing is really clear. There are safety improvements that need to occur here and at many other locations across Brisbane. It's not like the LNP administration wasn't approached about issues here. We know that they have seen the number of incidents that have occurred on Nudgee Road over the last 20 years. We know that they have looked at those previous 2 petitions. We know that Councillor Murphy was at the Active Transport Committee with the state government and users where this was raised as well. So we know that this administration was warned about safety issues on Nudgee Road. So what we're calling for today is something really simple, for Council to put on record its condolences to the family of the gentleman who passed away, and a clear and unequivocal commitment to carrying out any and all safety improvements on Nudgee Road, and a genuine commitment to carrying out safety upgrades and active transport infrastructure across Brisbane. We're not saying what particular safety upgrade needs to be enacted, at what particular time, and how much money needs to be allocated, because that will obviously need to be worked out through the course of investigations. But what we're saying is today we need to make an unequivocal commitment here in Council that we, as Council, will carry out safety upgrades to make sure this never ever happens again. Brisbane cannot claim to be a clean and green city, as the LNP likes to continue to say in 2023, when there is third world infrastructure in the suburbs of Brisbane that has now potentially led to the death of a cyclist. So today's motion is quite simple, and I'm sure something that everyone can support.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Any further speakers? Councillor McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I also rise to contribute to debate on this motion and support the Leader of the Opposition's condolences to the family of Mr Pawsey for his untimely death earlier this week, and also for other cyclists, Mr Deputy Chair, who've passed away in not dissimilar circumstances. Rebecca Meyer in 2014 and Ryan Goff in 2018, an employee of the Local Government Association of Queensland, and Carolyn Lister, a constituent of mine who passed away at O'Connell Terrace, and now Philip Pawsey, all in similar circumstances, Mr Deputy Chair, of coming into contact with a turning truck, it would appear. And I note that the petition to which the Leader of the Opposition referred was supported by everyone in this place, including the opposition. So the recommendation of the officers in relation to the petition which addressed the issue of road safety along an 11-kilometre stretch of road from Kingston Smith Drive all the way through to Nudgee Beach, and goes through many different circumstances on that journey. But the area, I guess, in close question, said this in the petition response, and it wasn't a won't do anything, which is how it's been categorised by some commentators in the media in the last few days. It was specific to different elements along that reasonably complicated road through residential and industrial area, and which is also a major freight road. But it said this, and there are elements of this that have been done. The upgrades are dependent on acquiring the land required from adjacent properties as development occurs along the corridor. On-road bicycle lanes are also being installed as part of intersection upgrades, such as Kingston Smith Drive in 2019, Hampton Street and Main Street in 2017, and Tufnell Road in 2016. Now, anybody who knows that section of road, who's journeyed from heading north, if you're heading north on Nudgee Road, passed over the railway line heading towards the airport link intersection, knows that a significant development occurred there a couple of years ago now on the land owned by the Brisbane Racing Club for a new shopping centre. And that's precisely what's being talked about here in terms of providing a 4-lane corridor along Nudgee Road to provide for public and active safety improvements along this stretch of road. But it is, and that was a consequence of the development application that was put in by the Brisbane Racing Club to develop that site there on their land at the Racing Club, adjacent on the opposite side from Doomben Racetrack. And that's precisely what the officers are talking about here in this petition response that the ALP agreed to when this petition came through the committee, that said this is how you can make the improvements. Now, I have been concerned looking at some of the commentary, Mr Deputy Chair, in recent times about the attempts, unfortunately, to rewrite a narrative in relation to this particular incident, which is really unfortunate, and it shouldn't occur. It shouldn't occur while there's an active investigation underway into a fatality. But I've talked to the local police, and despite the commentary that has been made by some in responding to this incident, saying it's a consequence of parked cars, or what some of those lobbyists call the storage of private property on public spaces. That wasn't what occurred in this circumstance, so the police told me, which I know is still subject to further investigation. But it appears that, unfortunately, the cyclist and the truck were heading in the same direction, south, and the truck turned in front of the cyclist into a side street, perhaps unexpectedly, but at a bus stop on the corner of Nudgee Road and Long Street. So no parked cars involved at all in this incident. But it will be the subject of further investigation. That will be the subject of coronial inquiries, and a response will be provided. But looking at those previous events, that have occurred, there's been a common theme to all of those where a cyclist has met a fatal accident in regards to a truck. And this is the report on my constituent's death, Carolyn Lister, in July 2020. Bicycle community says failure to act on coroner's advice cost Carolyn Lister her life. And it said this, and it was reflecting on the coronial inquiry into the death of student Rebecca Meyer, said this, made, and I'm quoting, Coroner Chris Clements made several recommendations to ensure the safety of cyclists, including changes to truck technology, to make sure that that trucks, which is technology that's been attached to trucks elsewhere in Europe in particular, this can't happen where a cyclist could be caught by a turning truck. That's been the recommendation of coroners past, and I can't preempt what might happen in an investigation into this particular incident, but I do flag, Mr Deputy Chair, an amendment to this motion. And I'd like to, this is the amendment, after the words safety improvements, insert the words recommended by coronial investigation, so that the motion would read that this council notes with sadness the recent fatality of a cyclist on Nudgee Road at Hendra and commits to enacting any and all safety improvements recommended by coronial investigation on Nudgee Road to ensure safety for all road users. And I move that amendment, Mr Deputy Chair.
A second. You need a seconder, please.
Seconded.
So it has been moved by Councillor McLaughlin to amend the motion to read, after the following words, safety improvements, insert the words recommended by colonial investigation. The motion will now read that this council note with sadness the recent fatality of a cyclist on Nudgee Road at Hendra and commits to enhancing any and all safety improvements recommended by the coronial investigation on Nudgee Road to ensure safety for all road users. To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. Look, just further to the amended motion, the reports of previous incidents have said this consistently, that semi-trailers and trucks need to have under-run protection, limited side and peripheral vision, and technology to alert motorists to blind spot risks. This was the commentary of the head of Cycling Queensland at the time, Anne Savage, who said this after the unfortunate death of Mr Ryan Goff in 2018 at Albion, who said that we've written to the state government to ask for the creation of a road safety and travel commission and an increase in funding. We'd like to see a compliance unit on a statewide level with the state cycling infrastructure policy, and we need to see the reform of heavy vehicle laws. And also Narelle Horwath from the Centre for Accident Research and Road Safety Queensland, CARS-Q, said Australia was behind other parts of the world when it came to safety laws for heavy vehicles. In Europe, they have, and this is a quote, in Europe they have strong requirements that ensures heavy vehicles have side underrun and rear underrun, she said. Side underruns prevent cyclists and pedestrians from going underneath the wheels of a heavy vehicle and being killed. We should adopt those laws. They're a federal government responsibility, end of quote. Also requires input from state transport ministers, and I call on our state transport minister to adopt these principles that have been talked about now for several years to ensure the safety of cyclists in particular on our roads.
Thank you, Councillor McLaughlin. Are there further speakers to the amendment?
Yeah, look, briefly, I mean, obviously the LNP have the numbers, they're going to change it and they're going to do this. But I will just reflect on the fact that Councillor McLaughlin didn't talk at all about road upgrades on Council's Road, on Nudgee Road, on any part about that. His amendment, sure, will support that. There's clearly going to be an investigation, and it says even his amended motion that and all upgrades on Nudgee Road. But again, there's just this undercurrent of shifting blame. It's just saying, well, this is clearly, he's sort of preempting things, saying there is only going to be issues around trucks. And he's preempting that and setting the scene to say that, again, the LNP won't commit to any upgrades to council's infrastructure, council cycling infrastructure. He said that through the 4-laning of Nudgee Road at some point, who knows when this LNP council will get to that. It's not a project that's currently there. The infrastructure chair said just 5 minutes ago the council's broke. It doesn't have any money to do upgrades on council roads. So the LNP's position is that, I guess now, is that if a coronial inquest recommends upgrades on council's road, they'll do it. But apart from that, the answer is no to any form of cycling infrastructure upgrades on Nudgee Road. You know, they got formed, they cut the North Brisbane Bikeway. They're now again saying no to upgrading cycling infrastructure on Nudgee Road. So sure, I mean, to make this a little quicker, we'll support the amendment today because I do think we should put on record our condolences and commit to safety upgrades. It shouldn't be so narrowed and so buttonholed. But, you know, that's the LNP way, I guess, and, you know, those out in that community will see this and will know this and be reminded of the LNP's real position when it comes to active transport in Brisbane.
Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, thank you. I don't believe the amendment's necessary. I appreciate why Councillor Cassidy wants to push on, but I want to put on the record my concerns about how this administration fails to address, in practical terms, deaths that are occurring on our footpaths and our roads. Waiting for a coronial investigation could take 2 or 3 years before any recommendations are made. The process generally involves the coroner asking council to make a submission and then the coroner taking that advice into account, along with other advice that the coroner will seek, presumably from other levels of government and vehicle user groups and family and others. So it's not just council. But council will make the suggestions about what, if anything, should be changed. So what Councillor McLaughlin is doing today by moving this amendment is simply deliberately delaying council taking action following the death of a cyclist on local roads in Brisbane. I don't think that's good enough. I know this is the way the LNP administration operate because I had to sit through a 3-year wait for council to recommend pretty much nothing when it came to the death of Dr. Jeff Copeland on Venner Road at Annerley. It caused untold pain to his family that council has done nothing to address safety concerns in that area. We haven't even resurfaced Venner Road and it's in a shocking state at the moment. There's no lights, there's no safe crossing point, nothing's been done to address the speed reduction that we want on Venner Road. I mean, they want to save koalas by reducing the speed on a road near Whites Hill, but meanwhile pedestrians who have died on a road that could easily be changed from 60 to 50 don't get the same consideration. So I don't support the amendment. The decision to delay council's response to the death of a member of our community is not good enough in my view. Council should do an investigation. It should put changes in place. There is absolutely nothing stopping council from doing this. And in fact, the coroner will acknowledge in any report and findings that it makes that council has already made changes, and that often happens particularly with the state government. So it is, again, another example of this LNP administration who have absolutely lost their way. They want somebody else to take the lead on something that is their responsibility because they are too lazy to do the work themselves. Get on with it, put the safety improvements in place or do the investigation, put the safety improvements in place that are needed, provide all that advice to the coroner, and then hopefully there may only be 1 or 2 more things that the coroner wants us to do. Don't delay. I don't want to see more pedestrians or cyclists in our city die. This council knows what it should be doing, and it shouldn't take more people dying and a coroner telling council what to do for council to act. Council is not restricted in taking action to improve safety, and it shouldn't be hiding behind the coroner to do so. So I don't support the amendment. I think we should just get on with this and get these safety improvements done instead of this silly game to delay any improvements that council might decide are needed.
Further speakers to the amendment? Seeing none, Councillor McLaughlin, right a reply. So we will now put the amendment. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? No. The ayes have it.
Division, Trina. Division.
Well, we have a
second.
We have a division. We had councillors. We have a division called by Councillor Johnson and seconded by Councillor Massey. Please ring the bells. Councillors, please, bit of shush. Councillor Marks. Dorian, who's missing? Just the LM? Yeah, let's call it. Clerks, please read the result.
Mr Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour, 2 against and 4 abstentions.
The amendment has carried and is now the substantive motion. Is there any debate on the substantive motion? Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I think I'll just need my time reset. It says 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak in favour of the motion as amended by Councillor McLaughlin, and like many councillors, I was deeply saddened to learn of the tragic loss of Philip Pawsey on Nudgee Road. It goes without saying no cyclist should die on our roads. This amended motion will ensure the council commits to reviewing and implementing any recommendations that come as a result of an investigation into this tragedy. We will fully cooperate with the Queensland Police Service and potentially the Coroner's Office if an inquest is ordered. I must say, though, Deputy Chair, it has been quite unfortunate that there's harmful and, frankly, some indecent commentary about this accident prior to a proper investigation by authorities being finalised. We have seen some what I can only describe as politically motivated comments that have come from bug groups from the opposition in this chamber that have attempted to politicise, to shame and to denigrate this council and its employees over this incident. This is, in fact, the same opposition that supported the administration's recommendation to the Infrastructure Committee when that Nudgee Road petition came to council last year. Now they've changed their mind, as they often do. That's okay. But Councillor Cassidy said earlier today in the chamber that words matter. So when individuals say things like, this council has blood on its hands, and when you have a state transport minister who engages with this type of inflammatory commentary, it is seriously hurtful, and it's demoralising to the hundreds of employees who work for council in this space, rolling out bike lanes, building projects that help people move around our city, or delivering behaviour change programs in the cycling space. And again, this is before we have any reliable information about the incident, and even before Philip's family and friends have had the opportunity to give him the honour of a funeral. It's important to note, Deputy Chair, that this administration has a very difficult task of retrofitting a city that is primarily designed around car travel for other modes like e-mobility and cycling. We are trying to change how people move around our city, and that requires a long and a significant investment pipeline to retrofit our existing network. We are committed to that change. In this financial year alone, we will spend $207 million on active transport infrastructure to help people move around our city. This council used to spend $120 million in a 4-year period on active transport infrastructure. We're going to double that, almost double that in this financial year alone, Chair. And in the last year of Labor government in our city, we spent $5 million on active transport. So it is, we are investing very, very significant amounts. We know that it's not enough for some people, but it is extreme amounts that we are investing. And that, by the way, doesn't include the active transport contribution from road projects, which are often denigrated in this place. Projects in Councillor Wines' portfolio like Moggle Road, Priestdale Road, Newman Wecker Road, Rickett Road and Molly Road that include very significant active transport components as well. Many of these projects have included significant on-road and off-road cycling facilities, which are not included in the numbers I'm talking about. Council has delivered many separated bike lanes over the last few years that have supported protected cycling, like the Woolloongabba Bikeway, like the CityLink Cycleway. Chair, would you believe only a decade ago, a third of our city's bikeways were off-road, but this administration has increased that amount to over 50% now. So over 50%. We know that we can do more. We know we do need to do more when it comes to delivering more effective active transport infrastructure. But in recent times, our revenue stream has been hit hard by several economic factors: the pandemic, the $300 million flood bill, record inflation rates that have increased exponentially the cost of materials, and have caused $300 million in budget increases across, $400 million, I should say, of budget increases across major projects. We have had to cut the cloth to fit. And that means we have probably not been able to deliver as many active transport projects across the city as we would have liked, certainly not as many as I would have liked. This has meant that some projects have had to be deferred, but I can assure residents that under this Lord Mayor, we will continue to deliver a record amount of safer and better protected active transport routes. Nonetheless, Deputy Chair, we are aware of the risks that cyclists take on our roads, and we have seen fatalities in the last decade. There are names that many in this chamber will be familiar with: Rebecca Meyer, Carolyn Lister, Max McDowell, to name a few. We remember their names. None of these cyclists should have lost their lives doing what they loved, but sadly they did. And it weighs very heavily on our conscience that their deaths occurred on a road network that we control. In each case, there's been an inquest or an investigation, and where we have been given recommendations to act on, we have acted fully and without complaint. The 2015 coronial inquest into Rebecca Meyer's tragic death recommended the Council engage with bicycle representative groups to investigate, plan and develop more dedicated exclusive bikeways in Brisbane. And in terms of investigating and planning, we've done exactly that through the creation of ATAC, the Active Transport Advisory Committee. And this body has achieved a lot in terms of helping guide Council's priorities. We've had great wins like CityLink Cycleway and our e-mobility strategy and the Active Transport Network Plan. But it really does hurt itself and its reputation and its mission as an independent and apolitical advisory group when the co-chair, Minister Bailey, and many of its members have engaged in a political pylon of council, and often do so whenever there is a cyclist fatality in this city. I often wonder, should Councillor Wines get together with the RACQ and call out the minister every time there's a road fatality in our city as a failing of the road network? No, that is not the way we should act. It's unhelpful, it's unproductive, and it's incredibly hurtful to the many people in this organisation who are striving to improve things for cyclists in our city when they read comments like, "You have blood on your hands." And many of our staff have actually been quite upset by that, Chair. I want to reiterate, Council has always acted on recommendations made by coroners. We always seek to improve safety on our roads where issues arise. We showed that when we delivered the Woolloongabba Bikeway to replace the intersection of Annerley Road and Stanley Street after Rebecca Meyer's death in 2015. We showed that with improvements we've already made, and Councillor Wines has made around O'Keefe Street following the tragic death of Max McDowell. And should this latest incident be subject to coronial investigation, we'll absolutely act on any recommendations made, Deputy Chair. But let me reiterate, there is no form of transport in this city that is without risk. Even if we had a decade of $100 billion budgets, we would not be able to make our city accident-free, and we certainly don't have access to those kinds of resources, Deputy Chair. And infrastructure is only one piece of the puzzle that contributes to safety on our roads. We need to pair infrastructure solutions with regulations and technology to help us make cycling safer for residents. Both infrastructure and technology have to work hand in hand. The 2015 inquest into Rebecca Myers' death recommended the council deliver more dedicated bikeways in Brisbane, and we have done that. We continue to do that. It also recommended that trucks be fitted with appropriate technologies to warn the driver of any obstacles within the forward blind spot of a truck. That was 8 years ago, Deputy Chair, and sadly nothing has been done to act on that recommendation. Deputy Chair, that technology is truck blind spot assistance sensors. They existed 8 years ago in 2015 when the inquest made recommendations. They still exist today, and nothing has been done to mandate them in South East Queensland. Our state's Transport Minister was very quick to jump on Facebook in the wake of this tragic death at Nudgee and attack council on cycling infrastructure, but he has spent 8 years doing nothing when it comes to truck blind spot sensors, and he's been the Transport Minister that whole time. In the meantime, we have banned plastic straws, we have banned plastic bags, and yet we haven't had this life-saving law change. So I think, Deputy Chair, it's high time that South East Queensland be the first region in the country to mandate these truck sensors. So I really want to see something positive immediately come out of this death. We know that that was a recommendation made at the inquest in 2015 to Rebecca Myers. So this is a coronial recommendation already made. So we don't need to wait for the recommendation from this latest death to come down. And I imagine, Chair, given it was a truck and a cyclist incident, we don't know yet whether it involves a blind spot, but we know that recommendation continues to be outstanding from that inquest in 2015. So this amended motion will ensure that we learn from Philip Pawsey's tragic loss and undertake work to prevent such a tragedy from happening again in the future. We still do not have all the details. We still do not have any recommendations, but if and when there is, we will act as we always have. As we always have.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Your time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I rise to speak on the substantive motion now it's been amended. Firstly, my views about the amendment are on the public record already. This is an unnecessary addition to the motion, in my view. And Councillor Murphy hit the nail on the head when he was speaking a little bit earlier, which is, what if there isn't an inquest? So based on this, council will do nothing. That's the amendment they put forward. So I'm sure there will be an inquest, but if there isn't for whatever reason, the LNP is limiting council's ability to respond to the tragic death of this cyclist. Now again, it's not required. Council could and should take action now to investigate and look at what improvements can be made straight away. What we're hearing though from Councillor Murphy as well as Councillor Wines is that no, it's somebody else's responsibility to look into this, and oh yes, also it's a state government's responsibility to do this. That is what's going on with this LNP administration, rather than accepting as the two responsible chairs for this area that it is council's obligation to do its own work and to take the positive and proactive steps necessary to improve safety for cyclists. Instead, these guys want to go on the snooze, wait for 2 or 3 years for the coroner to say, hey, council, what do you think we should do? And then council will go, oh, yeah, we should really make a submission. I mean, for God's sake, get on and do it now. I note that the chair was talking about how council is investing all this money into bikeways. Well, certainly not out my way. But secondly, that they're building more and more dedicated bikeways. Now, the one thing that is happening in my, and I've never had a bikeway built in my ward, never. They've painted some yellow bikes on the road, but in the 15 years I've been a councillor, this council has never built a bikeway in my area. This year in the budget, there was $80,000 listed under bikeway and footpath reconstruction for footpath upgrades in Stephen Street, Yeronga. And anyway, about a week and a half ago, I got a letter saying we're going to remove the separated pedestrian and bikeway path through Lloyd Rees Park in Yeronga. And I'm like, what the is this? Council already has a separated bike path from the pedestrian path. There's 7 trees separating it. This council wants to actually join them all together. So the 2,000 residents...
Point of order, Deputy Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Murphy.
I appreciate Councillor Johnson thinks everything in council is like a GB opportunity, but like this is quite a specific amended motion. It's about a specific incident. I don't know why.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Johnson, to the amended motion, please. You've got the floor.
Sure, but I mean the Councillor Murphy spoke at length about bikeways all over the city and how much money they were putting in, and that didn't seem to be a problem, Mr Deputy Chair. So I'm just making the point that what Councillor Murphy has been publicly saying is not true, As we speak today, this administration is trying to remove a separated pedestrian and bikeway pathway in Yeronga. And the way I was notified, and I'm presuming local residents, maybe, I don't even know if the Bugs were notified, I got a flyer that went out to the public. No one even bothered to talk to me about it. This LNP's absolute inaction when people die is incredible. Now, there have been 2 cyclists killed in my ward in recent years, one last year at the corner of Hyde Road and Fairfield Road, and another in 2020 on the corner of Faith Street and Canumba Street. Has council done anything at those locations? No. And at the Fairfield Road, Hyde Road intersection, we have been pushing for many years to have the green crossing signal directly between the bikeway and the park, which is part of the bikeway. Council said no. It's something that everybody's wanted. Cars first, council has said. Well, I hope that's going to change now. Someone has died. Council has not done a single thing when residents who are either cyclists or pedestrians have died in my ward. And it is horrific to see the inaction continuing today.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Are there any further speakers? I see no one rising. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, are there any items of... Oh, sorry, petitions. My mistake. My apologies. Councillors, are there any petitions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. I have a petition calling for a traffic speed reduction around Manly and also one around drainage in Poplar Place at Tagum.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Johnson.
Yes, I'm tabling a petition on behalf of the Stevens Croquet Club, who are calling on Brisbane City Council to resurface the car park at Yeronga Memorial Park.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Landers, can I have a motion, please, to accept the petitions?
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Strunk that all the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Move on to general business. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of the Office of the Independent Assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? See no one standing. Councillors, are there any items of general business?
Oh, sorry. No, you go.
Councillor Collier.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Tomorrow, May 17, is Ida Hobbit. In 1990, the year that I was born, the World Health Organization removed homosexuality from the International Classification of Diseases. Prior to this, homosexuality was classified globally as a mental illness. So I want to take the chance to send a message to the LGBTQIA+ community. You are loved. I know that you face unimaginable adversity. I know that you face insidious discrimination. It is not fair that you are subject of hateful discourse because of who you are and who you love, and we'll call it out. Why? Well, The Guardian's reported just today that at least 10 events have been cancelled or postponed in Australia after being targeted by far right-wing hate groups. I am proud to represent the Morningside Ward, which is a diverse community and that is very proud to support this community. It is home to the Brisbane Pride Choir. It had one of the strongest votes in support of the legalisation of same-sex marriage, a vote we shouldn't have had to have. May 17 is a day to stand up against discrimination, and I always will. So it's really important, I guess, to get up and talk about flags and bridge lightings and rainbow crossings. That's nice. Being visible is, of course, an important part of being an ally, but it's only part. It's only really part of being a true ally. And so in the face of growing adversity against the LGBTQIA+ community ahead of the International Day against homophobia, biphobia and transphobia, we need to create environments where this community feels safe and where other people feel comfortable being allies as well. Brisbane is a vibrant and progressive city. I'm proud to be a part of it.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Johnson.
Yes, just briefly on two matters. Firstly, National Volunteer Week, and secondly, the Lord Mayor's drinks tonight. Firstly, I just want to mention that it is National Volunteer Week. I know in Tennyson Ward we have some extraordinary volunteers who make our community richer and a better place. I want to put on the record my thanks to everyone who volunteers, whether it's at a seniors group, at a sporting club, at a school, in our churches. There are just Meals on Wheels, our veterans groups. I mean, Tennyson Ward is blessed to have so many community groups, and I feel really privileged to be able to work with them every day. I just want to acknowledge the passing of Erna Brazier, the founding coordinator of the Sherwood Neighbourhood Watch Group. Erna passed away on Friday night. She was almost 90, and she had, certainly for the past 30+ years, made sure that Sherwood was a wonderfully inclusive place, held events, made sure community safety was top of mind, and she'll be deeply missed by our community. She's one of those extraordinary women who I think probably in a different life would have been a doctor or a school principal or something like that. You know, she probably just didn't have quite the same opportunities I've had in my life. She'll be deeply missed by our community. She was a wonderful woman, and my condolences to Mike, Bev and their family. And again, thank you to all our wonderful volunteers. It is such a joy to be with you in our community, and even this week I got a little certificate for the volunteering I do with Meals on Wheels. It was such a joyous thing. It was so lovely. So I know how it feels when you're acknowledged, and I want to just thank all the volunteers in my ward and around the city. We thank you so very much. It's billions of dollars that volunteers contribute to the running of our city, and certainly I appreciate that they are the ones keeping our community strong and inclusive, and I'm here to support them. Finally, on more interesting news, I heard something about this. Look, if I'm wrong, I'm sure someone will stand up and they'll love to stand up and say, I don't know what I'm talking about. But I've heard that tonight there are drinks on for Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Maddock and Councillor Cumming, being hosted by the Lord Mayor. And, okay, I'm immediately shot down, so I'm on the money, so that's good. And I, as outgoing councillors, so that's Councillor McLaughlin, Councillor Maddock and Councillor Cumming. Now, I scratched my head a bit and I went, well, that sounds a bit odd, because there's some other councillors that have left as well. That would be Councillor Cook and Councillor Sriranganathan. And I guess I went, oh, what's going on? Why are they being excluded? I found it really quite odd. So I just was asking some people around, what have they heard? And then I heard that none of the other councillors had been invited. So the Labor councillors hadn't been invited, the Liberal councillors hadn't been invited. Councillor Massey, you hadn't been invited. I haven't been invited. Like, I don't get invited to much, so, you know. So then I'm like, well, that's... Oh, hang on, Councillor Adams has come over. This could be the late invitation. This could be the late invitation coming. So I guess I'm interested in why the Lord Mayor would be doing a function that only some councillors are invited to. The outgoing Labor councillor, I understand, essentially asked whether his colleagues were attending, and they were told by the Lord Mayor, no, none of your colleagues can come to drinks. So I just want to put on the record that if councillors are leaving this place, the inclusive and polite thing to do would be to invite all of them, number one. Number two, to invite their colleague, their friends and their families. And I don't know about friends and families. Not privy to the guest list. But I know that when one councillor says, well, I'd like my colleagues to come, and they're told no, that seems a bit tough. So I just think that if we're going to do this in an open and transparent way, it should be inclusive, and I'm just disappointed to see that it's not.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Landers, can I have a... Councillor Landers? No? We'll push on. Six o'clock, councillors? Yeah. Councillor Griffiths, can you move a motion, please? Can you move your motion? Oh, sorry. Is there any further general business? My mistake. No. Okay. So we'll move on to the urgency motion.
Point of order. Look,
Councillor Johnson.
just to clarify this, because... just to clarify this...
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Johnson. Can we have a bit of quiet, please? Thank you. Councillor Johnson, your point of order.
The chairs have said repeatedly, that the clerks, and Councillor Adams has said repeatedly, the clerks must have a dinner break at 6 o'clock. There is a, what's the word I'm looking for, a mandatory requirement in their contracts that they have a dinner break. So I don't know why the LNP don't want to do it, but Mr Chair, it is upon you to make sure that their workplace rights are respected, and it's not okay to do it when it's convenient for the LNP and extend the meeting. I would be in favour of extending it elsewhere, but you can't just let this roll the way it is. They've got to take responsibility and do the right thing, which we've been told over and over again has to be at 6 o'clock.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Just give me Councillor Landers, point of order.
Mr Deputy Chair, I move that Council now adjourn for dinner for a period of 1 hour, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked.
Do we have a seconder?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Landers and seconded by Councillor Hammond that we adjourn for 1 hour for dinner. All those in favour? Aye. Those against? Thank you, councillors. See you in 1 hour. Councillors, we will now resume our urgency motion. Councillor Griffiths, can you... microphone, Councillor Wines.
Thank you. Sorry, I thought I pushed it on. Point of order, Mr Chair. Can I please move that the motion in relation to the landslip at Cactus Blasters Corner comes off the table?
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Wines and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the motion lying on the table for Cactus Blasters Corner, I probably said that wrong, comes off the table. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
All right.
Thank you, Councillor Wines.
Thank you. I'll just in relation to Cactus Blasters Corner, the council has submitted for funding through the Queensland Recovery Authority. That is an ongoing discussion with them about what can be done, the funding arrangements and the works.
Sorry, just one moment, Councillor Wines. I just want to bring the chamber up to date to where we are. So the councillors who have already spoken are Councillor Johnson, Councillor Sharanganathan and yourself.
Oh, I have spoken. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Do we have another speaker?
Yes, Mr Chair.
Deputy Mayor.
In relation to Cactus Blasters Corner, thank you, Councillor Landers. Thank you.
The Council has submitted a funding application to the QRA for this item, and pending approval of that submission, fingers crossed, the funding being made available, this matter will then be included in a future Council budget. Thank you.
And is there any further debate on that?
Just on a point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, there are new councillors here, so could you, as a courtesy, perhaps read the motion that we are now debating for the benefit of Councillor Massey and Councillor Collier?
Sure.
Oh, I've got one here, thanks.
Councillor Cassidy, would you like me to reread the motion, or are you happy with being provided in writing? No. It's just coming off the table, Councillor.
What?
Councillor Cassidy.
Yeah, sorry, because we're still in debate. Is that right?
You have the call.
Yeah, sure. So, thanks for refreshing us about this. I do recall Councillor Johnston bringing this to the chamber and speaking about this quite extensively over the last couple of months, as well as a project that was left out of any of Council's programs and projects for flood rehabilitation, and obviously wasn't included in a claim to the Queensland Reconstruction Authority.
Point of order, Mr Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Claim to be misrepresented.
Misrepresented, noted. Thank you. You have to
I don't know how Councillor Adams can claim to be misrepresented. I was referring to Councillor Johnston in what she has said previously about this, so I don't think there is a claim of misrepresentation at all, Deputy Chair. So what we've just heard from Councillor Adams, she might not know much about it because the Deputy Mayor was just handed a piece of paper with a few lines on it to read at the moment. But what the motion called for was for this work to be done as a matter of urgency. We know that these projects can be completed and then those claims put into the Queensland through the Queensland Reconstruction Authority and those funding arrangements, where there's joint funding from the federal and state governments. So I'm not sure whether, I presume the LNP will be voting in favour of this and saying, in what we've heard from the Deputy Mayor, that it'll be funded in a future budget. Yeah, that's right, because the motion calls for it as a matter of urgency. So I'm not quite sure. The LNP haven't been very clear in their speaker here tonight on what is actually going to be, whether they're going to support this or not. But we support this motion, and I seconded this and continue to support this motion because it shouldn't be one park in isolation or one area in isolation left out of Council's broad reconstruction after the 2022 floods. So we will be supporting this motion and voting in favour of this motion, which calls on Council to urgently clean up Cactoblastus Corner, a riverfront park in Sherwood, and the riverbank located Brisbane Waterway Corridor, which had significant landslips as a result of the 2022 February floods.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Are there any further speakers? Deputy Mayor. Oh, sorry, misrepresentation, of course, sorry.
Councillor Cassidy said that it hadn't been submitted for QRA for this funding, and as I said very clearly in my statement, that we have a funding application in for QRA.
Thank you. We will now put the motion. All those in favour say aye. Sorry. Oh, is there any further debate? No. No. Okay. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Sounds like the noes have
Division.
it.
Seconded.
Division called by, taken off the table as a procedural motion. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Collier. All those for the ayes to my right, all those for the noes to my left. Clerks, can you please read the results?
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 5 in favour and 16 against.
The motion has failed. Councillors, will continue with the motion we still have to get through this evening. Councillor Griffiths, can you read your motion, please?
Yes, thank you. And the motion reads that this council, sorry, no, wrong one. Urgency motion that Brisbane City Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along both sides of Boundary Road through the Whites Hill Reserve to stop more koala and wildlife deaths. So that's the motion we were debating. It's the motion brought at the beginning of the meeting, and it was the motion that the LNP moved to put at the end of the meeting. I think it's really clear. What I am saying is this is something council can do. We can put this fencing in to stop wildlife, stop koalas going onto the road. That's something we can do. Yes, Councillor Adams, I agree that the speed needs to be looked at and potentially reduced. Happy to sign your petition. But what I'm interested in is what we can do now. And we can do this now as a council. We can either fund it out of capital, or the two councillors, Councillor Cunningham or the Deputy Mayor, could choose to fund this out of their Suburban Initiative Fund, which I have done for Toohey Forest, where it adjoins the Southeast Freeway. And spending that $80,000 has been extremely effective in stopping koalas getting onto the freeway and stopping koalas being killed, which is surely what we all want. So it's a really simple thing. I'm just asking you to state your position. Will you do that or not? Thank you.
Is there any further debate? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr Chair, and I rise to speak on this motion, which is clearly drafted by someone who doesn't understand the issue, or maybe Councillor Griffiths, who sometimes you can't tell the two apart, doesn't know the area very well, and this motion is bordering on incompetent, just for something different, but I will flag an amendment to make the corrections of the local area of which myself and Councillor Cunningham on the other side represent, to actually make it reflect what I think Councillor Griffiths means, but couldn't actually get it into words today as well. This administration's track record in protecting wildlife on Boundary Road continues to pay dividends for our population. Unfortunately, there are still strikes, and I don't think there's anything we could do wholly and totally to stop fauna strikes on this road. More than anything, even koala fencing is not going to stop the wallaby that was brought into my ward office a month ago that had been struck on Boundary Road. They jump fences. They're very, very good at that. So this is about fauna strikes, not just koalas, even though koalas are very, very precious. And arguably, our most important work to date is the purchase of over 4,000 hectares of bushland across the city to support these koalas as well. We are very clear that Lord Mayor wants Brisbane to be the koala capital of the country, and it does upset me to know that the area around here is called the Triangle of Death for koalas, which is why we have actually gone out of our way to do everything we possibly can. Whites Hill Reserve supports a very diverse native wildlife. Koalas, wallabies, goodness knows how many possums, sometimes they're forgotten in the wildlife, and any other little critter that's smaller than a possum as well. We have installed a variety of infrastructure in the area neighbouring the Whites Hill Reserve to assist animals move through the landscape. This includes railings under the culverts at Pine Mountain Road, artificial habitat poles and fencing along Selvin Creek, which is the other side of Whites Hill Reserve from Boundary Road. We've got custom-designed wildlife climb-outs along Boundary Road. We have got where we know there was evidence of wildlife becoming trapped on the steep batters. We've installed wildlife awareness monitors along Boundary Road, Pine Mountain Road, Creek Road and Cavendish Road to make sure people are aware and they can reduce their speeds. And these WAMs have seen on average driver speed reduced by 6 kilometres an hour. And that's what we'd like to see permanently with the petition that I put forward to the state government about reducing the speed limit. We installed the first koala crossing, designed by experts who we work with closely as part of our Koala Research Partnerships program. It was put as a safe crossing point for koalas and has been extremely successful to date. And that's just the latest of our extensive investment in the local area. And as I mentioned, we work with the experts, researchers from Griffith Uni, QUT, the University of Queensland, through that partnership program I mentioned. And we have definitely discussed with them about the fencing in this area. They were the ones who I think have won an international award, or have gone in for an international award on this fauna crossing, which is outstanding. And wildlife fencing can be very, very useful in certain areas, like I agree with Councillor Griffiths where he's put it along Toohey Road that matches up with the South East Freeway, a very clear block of where you're going. But it is generally unsuitable along roads where there is a safe crossing point that wildlife have access to, such as an underpass under the road, and that is not what we have on Boundary Road. We don't have a safe crossing point for them to go under, like we have at Selvin Creek, like we have down on Pine Mountain Road. Our advice from the experts is that fencing was installed without other infrastructure that allows wildlife to move across the road. It would prevent native animals from accessing important food and habitat, or from escaping from possible risks. And we have heard from BOM just recently that the risk this season is bushfire. So there's also entrapment issues as well. Not to mention, if they get stuck on the fence and they start moving, we're starting to then push them towards Cavendish Road, which is not the outcome we want to see as well. So there is a lot of supporting infrastructure to move the koalas safely. Unfortunately, there is no culverts, there's no under the road, there's nothing that works for them when they hit that fence other than turning around and going back, which in a general situation would probably be fine, but not a situation when you find yourself in different types of disasters as well. And I assure you that I'll be listening to the experts from University of Queensland, Griffith of Uni, and Councillor Davies' officers will be listening to them, not Councillor Griffith, when it comes to what is the most important thing that we can do for wildlife in this area. The hypocrisy of this is that in 2019, when there was a major risk of land at Carrara and Nurran Street that was going to be fully cleared for townhouses, a major site for a crossing for fauna, including koalas, through the corridor that runs between Toohey Forest, Whites Hill Reserve and Malkravat Lookout, a regular refuge for koalas. We see those on the opposite side that have done nothing but lambast and defame me for the last 4 years on what is now a fully regrown habitat for that fauna to cross through, when this motion in itself recognises there is koala movement around here, but only for solutions that suits their political petty games. And that's what it is here today. The petition I have out has over 3,000 signatures at the moment. I'm glad to hear that Councillor Griffiths is going to sign it. It is all about making sure that the fauna can move and making sure that they can move safely, they don't get entrapped, they can stay where they're safe, and that we actually have a motion that is competent. So I would like to move the following amendment. Remove the words, number one, both sides of, because we wouldn't fence the side that has the houses on as well. Remove both sides of after the words Boundary Road. And insert the words Whites Hill Reserve where suitable.
Seconded.
It now reads, oh, I think they've already taken them. Okay. Okay. It will now read that this Brisbane Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along Boundary Road and Whites Hill Reserve where suitable to stop more koala and wildlife deaths.
An amendment has been moved to the motion by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Landers. For the motion to read that Brisbane City Council commits to urgently extending wildlife fencing along Boundary Road through the Whites Hill Reserve where suitable to stop more koala and wildlife deaths. Councillor Adams to the amendment.
Can I just correct that on the record, please, Mr Chair? Along Boundary Road in Whites Hill Reserve, because Boundary Road doesn't actually go through Whites Hill Reserve. Another
my
slight
apologies,
mistake.
that's my notes.
Thank you, Mr Chair.
Thank you.
The amendment is very clear. We are committed on this side of the chamber to be the koala capital of Australia. We will do everything that we are advised by the experts in this space that we can do, and I support the amendment to the chamber.
Further speakers to the amendment. Councillor Griffiths.
Yes, and it's interesting the movement that has happened in the hours since this was first introduced, because we have raised this motion before in the chamber and met with total resistance. So look, it's not a total win, but it's certainly a move in the right direction. And I notice that the councillor keeps saying how much he's done for wildlife. This was such a simple thing to do. It's such a simple thing to do for Brisbane and for the koalas and for wildlife. I don't think anyone's saying, and I refute some of the things Councillor Adams said, no one is actually saying we need to fence the whole site so wildlife can never get out. What we're saying is fence along the major roads, like TMR does when it's doing a new upgrade of a road. It actually fences along the road to stop wildlife getting onto the road. We just need to move with the times. We need to actually recognise, and I think it was a previous question on notice indicated in the last 5 years, this is at the Environment Committee, in the last 5 years there's been 20 koala deaths along this section of road. 20 koala deaths. It's not just one, not just this gruesome one, 20. So what I'm about and what I'm interested in is getting an outcome that resolves this issue so that we actually get the koalas to remain in the park. From the experts I speak to at Griffith University, they've spoken about the need to fence the whole road. And they've actually spoken about the craziness of the design we did that actually only fenced 20 or 30 metres and then said, go koalas, walk across the road there. They've actually said, where did that come from? So I don't know who these experts that you're talking to and who these experts I'm talking to, why they're saying such different things. But they certainly, when I went and spoke to them about what we should do with the South East Freeway, those experts said, fence it. And that's what I paid the $80,000 to do. And you know how you keep talking about Brisbane being the koala capital of the world? So be. The administration couldn't find that money to do the fencing. Your administration, your LNP administration, for the love of all these lovely cute koalas, couldn't find that $80,000 to do it. So I hope you can find the money. I'd even like for you and Councillor Cunningham to come together and actually come up with that money through your Liability Fund, to actually show your passion. And some of those pictures of yourself and the Lord Mayor, Councillor Adams, might actually be more genuine in their outtake. Look, I am happy to support this motion as it is. It's a movement. It's not perfect, but it will be a win in what we're doing for Brisbane and what we're doing for koalas in this area. And it's a shame that it took an urgency motion for this action to be taken, because you didn't bring it to the chamber. You haven't spoken about it in here. You have done nothing in relation to this. You have done nothing in relation to fencing this section of road. And that's your record. Thank you.
Further speakers to the amendment? Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Acting Chair. I'd like to speak in support of the motion, but would like to say a few things, particularly around some of the comments that Councillor Griffiths has made. We are all really saddened when we learn of wildlife strikes. No one in this chamber would hold the view that is not a tragedy when we hear about a wildlife strike. And I can understand why residents would immediately think that putting up fencing is the way we should address trying to reduce the number of wildlife strikes. I can see why they think it's an obvious solution, but it isn't always the case. And Councillor Griffiths has been here for a very long time in this chamber, and I acknowledge that his ward takes in an area where we do have a lot of wildlife movement. But Councillor Griffiths knows that fencing along roads is not always the solution to assisting wildlife go across roads without being struck. What I would like to say, Deputy Chair, is that we are absolutely passionate about the safety of Brisbane koala population, and we take it very seriously, and we take every measure that we do with informed information behind us, and information that is provided by experts in this field. And our officers in the news branch, who themselves are very knowledgeable and passionate about koalas, regularly and routinely consult with researchers from universities around Brisbane, including Griffith University, QUT, UQ and a few more. So the proposal to put wildlife fencing along Boundary Road has been thoroughly investigated, and in the end it was not supported by the experts. We were advised by these experts that fencing along the length of the road corridor would ultimately lead to poor outcomes for the koalas and other wildlife by severing the critical movement of these animals through the landscape. This is because you don't fence in wildlife like you might livestock or a pet. It's not the purpose of wildlife fencing. It is actually best used to funnel wildlife towards safer crossing points across a road, and Councillor Adams spoke about that, not to completely contain wildlife within certain areas. This means that it's generally only suitable along roads where there is a safe crossing point that wildlife have access to, such as an underpass under the road, a culvert or a bridge. And it isn't a solution that we employ on its own, and there's a large body of research which supports this. Once again, unfortunately, this is a case of the Labor team in City Hall making policy on the fly without regard to the facts, or indeed what the Labor state government's position on the issue is. But of course, this is an issue that I think should be above politics. And I'm pleased to advise, Acting Chair, that our approach is entirely consistent with the state government's koala-sensitive design guideline. Perhaps Councillor Griffiths, who we have learned today is a self-proclaimed wildlife fencing expert, might like to speak to his colleagues in the state and tell them that their experts and their guidelines are wrong and that they should defer to him and seek his expertise. Mr Chair, in wildlife fencing, if wildlife fencing were installed along the length of Boundary Road, it could actually prevent native animals from accessing important food and habitat resources, or from escaping possible danger. And the Deputy Mayor spoke earlier today, earlier in her contribution, that the Bureau of Meteorology has indicated that we could be entering an El Nino event, which could increase the likelihood of bushfires, and we do not want our native wildlife trapped within those areas because it's been fenced in. In recent years, we've actually installed a variety of infrastructure in areas that neighbour Whites Hill Reserve to assist with animals' movement through that landscape, and it includes a railing under the culvert at Pine Mountain Road and artificial habitat poles and fencing along Salvin Creek, which again the Deputy Mayor alluded to. We do know that wildlife strikes occur along Boundary Road, and Council has installed several custom-designed wildlife climouts along that stretch, as there was evidence that wildlife would be becoming trapped on the steep batters. And I had the opportunity now twice and recently with Councillor Adams to go out and have a look at this area and the work that Council had done to try and assist wildlife movement. We've also installed wildlife awareness monitors along Boundary Road to increase driver awareness and reduce the speeds. And again, as the councillor mentioned, that is a reduction on average of about 6 kilometres an hour where they were installed. I'd like to digress just for a moment because I was curious to learn a little bit more about this wildlife fencing that Councillor Griffiths mentioned he had installed through his CEF at Toohey Forest. And so I had a look at it. And whilst Councillor Griffiths did support exclusion fencing, it wasn't a new stretch of fencing. It was replacing an existing chain wire fence that was already there in the location. And it was originally installed by the News Branch in consultation with experts. So I found it interesting, though, because Councillor Griffiths wants an outcome, and the outcome at Boundary Road is not inconsistent with the outcome that is currently in action at Toohey Road. It's a 2-kilometre stretch of road with a couple of 100 metres of wildlife fencing that leads the wildlife to a safe crossing. On Boundary Road, we have a number of 100 metres of wildlife fencing that leads the wildlife to a safe crossing. It's designed to funnel wildlife, Mr Chair, not to keep them trapped in a reserve. And that's exactly the approach that is supported by the experts and the same one which Councillor Griffiths now takes issue with. It's all very confusing to me. And it really bothers me because I know just how hard our wildlife officers in news work. Their dedication is second to none, and it is they and the experts that I trust, not Councillor Griffiths. And as I said earlier, we in this administration take a holistic approach to koala conservation, and each thing we do complements the other. We invest in proven and effective solutions, and while I know how disturbing it is to see our native wildlife impacted by vehicle strikes, it is so important to make sure the measures we take don't backfire. We will always support the wildlife movement solutions where they are needed, but if and only that is what the experts tell us to do and recommend. Our koala population is simply too precious to put at risk with knee-jerked, uninformed responses, and we don't make any apology for that. Mr Deputy Chair, I commend the amended motion to the chamber.
Thank you, Councillor Davies. Deputy Mayor, oh sorry, before I go on, is there any further speakers? Councillor Cassidy?
I will presume Councillor Cunningham will speak on the amended motion because the Deputy Mayor was just going to get up then and sum up the debate on the amendment, but I did just want to make an observation about what Councillor Davis just said. On one aspect, we are in furious agreement with you that wildlife fencing should be used to funnel wildlife to safe crossing points. We are in furious agreement with you, Councillor Davis, and I assume you are just as upset with your administration and with the Deputy Mayor because the Deputy Mayor let slip that the reason there's no wildlife fencing funneling wildlife into safe crossing points, other than the aforementioned bridge, is because this administration hasn't invested in those solutions. They admitted that. The administration tonight have admitted that.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Claim to be misrepresented.
The LNP have said that there aren't those safe crossing points, so they can't install fencing. So when they say that, you know, where appropriate and they can only install fencing where the infrastructure is installed, why have they been dragging the chain? That's right. This is quite insane for the LNP to get up here tonight and to say, well, absolutely they're going to install fencing when someone magically going to install these safe crossing points? They weren't doing it at the beginning. They're not doing it in the beginning. You know, they can't install this fencing until they do that. So we hope that in urgently extending that fencing where appropriate means as soon as they install that other infrastructure that is required. We are in agreement on that, but it doesn't take away from the fact that you have totally failed. Yes. You have totally failed in pre-planning and doing the work year in, year out of making these on a council road. It's not even as if we're talking about a state government road or a freeway or a highway. This is a council road that this LNP council just sort of forgot about. You know, Councillor Adams and Councillor Cunningham sort of thought, you know, they don't really care. They go and put those corflutes up in local parks with their photo and the photo of the Lord Mayor all over them. They spend money on that, but they won't spend money on crossing solutions on Boundary Road, which would then necessitate a pretty affordable solution in fencing. Pretty affordable. When you think about it, Councillor Griffiths was able to achieve that in the other place, Toohey Forest, where we heard about, for a grand total of $80,000. Yep. You know what we heard this morning? Councillor Massey and I heard this morning in the Transport Committee is that Councillor Murphy spent $130,000 purchasing a little bit of land off the state government for the cafe at the Kangaroo Point Bridge. Oh. That might have covered some crossing solutions out on Boundary Road and some fencing, 130 grand. Like, you know, today we've had a pretty good example across the meeting, Deputy Chair, of the priorities of this LNP administration, and here is another one. Here is another one. So I say thank you and congratulations to Councillor Griffiths for bringing this important issue today, because we are going to see some movement on it. We haven't seen the Deputy Mayor, we haven't seen the Environment Chair, we haven't seen Councillor Cunningham come in here and beat the drum about getting more resources for safe crossing solutions for koalas and their communities. It's taken Councillor Griffiths to do that, so I just want to congratulate him.
Deputy Mayor, your point, your misrepresentation, please.
There was a misrepresentation that we haven't spent money on safe crossing points. That is the Fauna Crossing Bridge.
Thank you. Is there any further debate on the amendment of the motion? I see no one standing. Deputy Mayor, you've got 5 minutes right to reply.
Thank you, Mr Chair. And look, again, I'm actually going to use the lines that Councillor Cassidy, we're in furious agreement that we need to do everything that is feasibly possible to do based on the experts' advice. I agreed what Councillor Griffiths said where he put it at Toohey Road, but that was right beside a highway where there was a culvert underneath. Councillor Cassidy needs a Refidex to come out and visit Boundary Road and see what it is like, saying that we aren't spending money on safe crossing points. That's exactly what the Fauna Crossing Bridge is, with the fence that funnels them to it. We, of course, have investigated. They're not even going to listen to the answer through you, Deputy Chair. They're laughing because they don't care. This was an incompetent, ill-thought-out motion from an incompetent, ill-thought-out councillor who just wants a political hit on the Deputy Mayor.
That is, I find that offensive and unacceptable.
Councillor Griffiths, can you wait until I give you the call, please?
Sure.
Point of order to you.
I find that language unacceptable and offensive. And I'd ask that it be withdrawn.
Happy to withdraw.
I will withdraw the comments on the councillor. It was an incompetent motion. That's why I amended it. Boundary Road doesn't go through Whites Hill Reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths.
I will take the interjection from Councillor Griffiths, who said, "Get over it, Krista," which absolutely proves my point. This is nothing to do with koalas. It's all to do with Krista. And that's all there is to it. And if you came for a drive out on Boundary Road, Councillor Cassidy, you would see that there is absolutely no way we can build culverts underneath Boundary Road. We investigated that, and it would require an entire reconstruction of the road. Kilometres of road for culverts. Not possible. We have invested every moment we can talking with the experts on what we did, and you know what we did? We did a world-first safe crossing point for koalas.
Councillor Griffiths, can we... Councillor Strunk. Councillor Strunk. Deputy Mayor, you've got the call.
Thou dost protest too much. Our motion amendment to make it competent supports all the actions we're doing, and any more that are suggested that can be done on this site. I support the amendment to the chamber.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. All those in favour of the amendment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. We're now debating the substantive motion. Are there any speakers on the substantive motion? I see no one rising. We will vote on the substantive motion. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, the motion, the amended motion, has been endorsed. As there's no other items before us this evening, declare the meeting closed.